team, sorry, excuses. We just do a small audio check to check if our German team could able to hear us. Good morning, Oliver. Could you hear us?
Yes, now it works.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So the crowd presenting you our CTO Oliver. So he's connected us from Germany to answer your questions through Discord. He will be connecting us virtually in the later session. So 15th, good morning team. I think I'm just roaming here and there from morning. You guys could see me. So I'm Devi Priya, senior software engineer at Talentship. So me and my team are very much happy in welcoming you all to our second TAICONNECT event. Like, may I know who are all new to this TAICONNECT event? First time. Okay. So I guess we have few of them who attended our first TAICONNECT event. Am I right? Do we have any? Okay, so I just want to extend my like heartfelt gratitude to every one of them, because initially when we started up with the TAICONNECT session 1, we got like immense response from the team for the work we did, and that pushed us to just bring a bigger event than before, where we could do some extra things like that would fascinate you with respect to technology. So here, like we have a lot of exciting things which you would able to witness in the upcoming thing. So let's just start with the session. So before that, I would request Mahadevan, Director of Technology of Talentship, to share a few words about the event.
Thank you, Devi. Hello. Good morning, friends. Yeah, it's my honor to welcome to our second TAICONNECT event. I know, right? You all are excited. I don't want to take much time. But before we get started, just a few tips from my side. So this event is mostly based on sharing our knowledge, right? So the speaker who are here will be sharing what they have gone through. They will be sharing the past experience with AI, and it is not stopped there. So any one of you, like any one of you, can also step forward to share your thoughts, or like while you ask questions, so you can also share your advice. Okay. So it's not like everyone are expert. So sometimes if we are not able to figure out the solution, so we will also like take it offline to answer your question. So the same side, so we have our CTO, Oliver Trabat. So he will be addressing some of your questions, right? So this event is just to share your knowledge, like get to know what we can do better with AI, right? As a first goal, right, I just want you to look left and right. So you might see many new faces, right? So as a first target, so say hello to your co-participant. So that is one of the good, right? So whenever we connect, we know each other. So wherever we go, right, we can see your faces, right? So make sure you connect with each one of you, as well as like we have our organizing committee and experts all around. So if you have any question regarding to autonomy, talentship, or AI, please, right, feel free to reach to us. Yeah, thank you. And once again, right, great learning. So continue your learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maha, for your words. So we'll just start with the first session. So I'm happy to introduce Taradepan, our first speaker of the session. So Taradepan is an active AI speaker where he have organized She-Build and also have delivered lot of tech talks in our active communities. Taradepan, the stage is yours.
Hello, hello. So am I audible at the back? Yeah. Okay. So good morning. Let me just share my screen. Can I start? Can you stop the screen sharing? Okay. Okay. So we can let him do that. So good morning. So before we start, I usually have a habit of asking the audience few questions. So how many of you guys have used drag before? 1, 2, 3. Just 3. Okay. So how many of you have called an API, specifically OpenAI API key using OpenAI? Yeah. 2, 3. Okay. Definitely if you have used drag, then you might have called it. Okay. So how many of you have, like, how many of you believe that AGI is already here? AGI. Okay, 1, 2. You guys believe that it's already here. Who might have achieved it? Which company might have built AGI already? OpenAI, Google. There are a lot of people trying for that. Yeah. So like, who do you think might have achieved it? It's in progress. Okay. Sorry. Okay, O1 is AGI. Yeah, it's nearing AGI. Okay. So what about rest of you guys? You don't believe that AGI is already here? No? I can't hear anyone. Should I randomly pick someone? You know, sitting in the back bench, college la apdi da pannuvom naangala. So okay. Okay, so what do you think an AGI is? I can't hear you. Can we have some mic for the audience? Here, this you're saying, na? So what do you think an AGI is?
AGI is nothing, just a machine which can do similar works like a human do, like a human
Okay.
thinks, human act.
So what are the capabilities of AGI? What are the capabilities of AGI?
AGI can think, it can do like a human do the tasks. It can think faster than a human.
Okay. So why do you think that ChatGPT is not an AGI? It can think like a human. It can search on the internet.
No, is ChatGPT is not. ChatGPT doesn't think like a human.
Okay.
It's like it give a 40% of answer which is relevant, and 60% it give the hypothetical answer.
Okay. Okay. So do you think that Terminator can be an AGI? Like when we achieve AGI, we can see Terminators.
I don't have idea regarding.
Okay. Okay. So anyone else? Okay, we got so many introverts today. I thought I was the only one. Okay. So have you guys seen the video? There's one robot called Figure. It got launched day before yesterday. So have you guys seen that one? No? Maybe I should show that one. Yeah, this helix. Okay, sound is not audible, but it will take those things and put those things in the right place, like in fridge, in cabinet, and all. So, do you think we can call this thing AGI, or maybe an AI agent? Which one sounds more perfect for this? Agent. And why is that? Okay, so you can train an LLM to perform some actions. Yeah. So actually, the technology behind this thing is called Vision Language Action Model. If I'm not wrong. Yeah, Vision Language Action. It's a Vision Language Action Model. So like it will get the data based on its vision. Like when you give image to a chat GPT, it's similar to that. And it will perform some, it will understand languages because we will talk to that robot, and it will perform some action based on that. So this is something called, it is based on the concept of AI agents. So I will just start with the session. Okay. So this is me. My name is Taradepan. I was previously working with Opdoor as a GenAI developer, and I was a former GDSC lead and a MLSC at my campus. And I've recently started creating content on Instagram and YouTube on the name of AIX Devs, where I make short reels or YouTube shorts for just small concept based on AI engineering concepts. So yeah. So what is RAG? So can anyone want to answer this question? What is RAG? I have seen some hands here.
RAG is a retrieval augmented generation, and let's say it is more towards feeding a context and then getting some information out of it. LLM cannot be trained on all the subsets of information that might be specific to a context. If there is such case, we can use RAG, in which we can make some embeddings, and then that responds correspondingly. Even if a model cannot, LLM cannot answer that, then we can feed the context. Based on the context, it can process the information, and then it can give the results accordingly.
Yes, that's correct. Anyone else want to share their opinion on RAG? No one. Okay, I'm getting little anxious now. Okay, so yeah, like he said, it's completely correct. So typically LLMs are trained on just publicly available data. Their main task is to just predict the next word, not the complete line. Its task is to just predict the next single word, and it will go on loop and predict every other word. So how does it predict that next word? It has been trained on some data. It's actually a deep learning model, a pretty big deep learning model, which has trained over like in TB, like around some TBs of text data. So that's some unstructured data. It has been fine tuned to answer like a human. Yeah, so it will just basically chat with you. But the issue is it's very expensive to train. You cannot train it like every day or every hour, right? So what OpenAI do, they train it monthly or 2 months once. So you cannot train it daily. So what happens is, yeah. So what if there was some data that has been generated today? So do you think OpenAI is trained on what is DeepSeek? Because DeepSeek happened very recently. Do you think they will train it? They have. Yeah, they have different approach. Okay, so definitely they won't train it because it will take millions of dollars and a lot of expertise. They need GPUs and lot of water also. So what can we do? So there is something called in context prompting, where we so normally what good example for this one would be like suppose I have a resume and I want to update it, and I'm taking help from ChatGPT. So how do you think I should ask it to update it? Yeah, give your resume to the model, right? Because when you give the resume, it will go through it. It will understand the context. So this guy is Taradepan. He is currently working here. He has done these things in the past. So it will refer all those things, and it will suggest some opinions based on that, right? Because it needs something to refer. Otherwise, it will you will say like I update my resume. So it doesn't know anything about you. So it will just randomly generate some stuff, and that's what we call hallucination. So like this issue has been fixed now because LangChain is a very old, like it has been more than a year now. So they have definitely trained it multiple times. So it know what is LangChain. Yeah. So how do you do this? You create a prompt template. So this is an example prompt template where you provide the context and the question and few instruction. So these instructions are definitely useful. So when you build it, you will definitely know how to use them. So this is how retrieval augmented generation works. So first you have a LLM. LLM is the base of everything, right? So when you ask LLM a question, so actually, first of all, retrieval augmented generation can be done in many ways, but popular one is vector database, vector approach, where we ask a question to the LLM. LLM will send that question to an embedding model. So what these embedding models, what are these? So these embedding models are something that will create a numerical representation of your model, of your text data. So yeah, if I'm asking what is Taradepan, it will convert it into numerical representation, because what happens is all this Chat GPT, Gemini, every model works on numerical data. They don't take the text directly. Whenever you type something, it will convert it into numerical representation and give it to the model. And model will generate the output in numerical representation, and that numerical representation will be converted into normal words. So when we give a model, when we give some input to the embedding model, it will convert them into number and represent them in a graph, and that is n-dimensional graph, because these graphs will be depending on the type of model you are using. So like if you are using OpenAI's embedding ADA, text embedding ADA, it will create something around 1200 something dimensions. So these dimensions are depending on the model which you are using. So one good example will be this one. I will just show you this. Okay, so this is how it's represented. The embedding model is word to vec. Sorry. So there are a lot of embedding models. You can give them a try later. So the embedding model here is word to vec. So this is a pretty old embedding model. So I will just search for something like dog. Okay. So as you can see, it will get all the relevant words similar to dog. So like if you refer this one, it has represented everything based on the meaning, semantic. We call this semantic meaning. So these this thing are clear, like the model will, how based on which model will convert them into embeddings is like based on the similarity. So like if I am saying I have seen that movie, and I have another sentence like that movie was great. So these things will be arranged closer to remaining, closer compared to other things. So like John looks very sick. You see, as you can see, it's very far from there, right? So these embedding models are used to rank your things. So if I search for dog, okay, this one, let me just replace the page. Yeah. So as you can see, if I search for dog, it will rank them. So if dogs will be very close, like 0.424. So actually there's a calculation going behind the scene that will search for the most closest one. So these are also how it search. It will perform some calculation like cosine similarity, Euclidean, like there are a lot of formulas for that. So it will search for most closest thing. So as you can see, like a dog is here, and cat is the next closest to the dogs, and next one is cows, rats. So it will try to get more similar, right? So you can rank. So these things will be ranked here. So like how close they are, like 0.4. This is the most closest one. Cats is the next closest one. Like that, it will rank. So after ranking, it will store those embeddings into a database. So when we are using vector search, the only option you have is going for a vector database. So some of the popular databases like ChromaDB, MongoDB also has vector search capabilities, and there's VV8. Even in Postgres you can try this. So yeah, so once you convert those things into embeddings, you will store them in a database. So whenever the user asks a question, the question will be converted into embeddings, and these embeddings will be used to perform vector search. So like just now you saw how it will rank them. So based on those rankings, you will retrieve those data and forward it to the prompt template. So that that data will be over here, and your question, the user's question, will be here. right? So after that, it will pass that prompt template to the LLM, and an LLM will generate the response based on those things. So yeah, that's pretty much RAG. So any doubts till now? I'm sure someone might have doubts. Is it clear? Can I ask questions? Okay, I will definitely ask questions now. Okay, so who will say what is RAG? Except for those who raise their hands. Okay, I will randomly pick now. Okay, someone.
Instead of getting answers from straight up trained values, right? We give it a context or like a background, and they get answers from it's called arrays.
Okay, why do you give context?
So that I get more relevant data and I like to avoid hallucinations.
Yeah,
an example.
So what is hallucination?
Assuming that or like assuming there's something, assuming that there is something, but it's actually not there.
Okay, sure. So anyone else? I will just randomly pick now. Bro, you. Okay, so what is an embedding model?
So an embedding model is basically just taking our prompt and converting into so it takes our prompt, whatever we give, and it's converting into a dimension which has a bunch of numbers in it.
Okay.
And we are using those numbers to compare with a similar prompt that we already have in our external database, see which is the most similar one, and then using these distance, and we return the answer to the back to the user.
Okay, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, so do you think that because we are just retrieving the data from the database, do you think that vector embedding is the only approach we can go for? Seriously, you guys are yeah, I will definitely pick now because you guys are more shy than me. Seriously, yeah. Okay, do you really think that vector embedding is the only approach? Sir, you? Do you think vector embedding is the only approach?
Not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Anyone else?
You can use another
Model
itself, a small language model, or a specific.
No, model LLM is like a brain. It will definitely be there. You will definitely need a model when you are using RAG.
The purpose of RAG is grounding. Sorry,
Yeah.
the purpose of RAG is grounding. To ground the model, you can also use specifically trained model for the purpose, like which can give the context, right?
Yeah.
Instead of vector DB, it can also do the same. Why not?
Yeah, that's actually I'm asking like vector approach is like vector search is the only approach for that. Is it like vector search is the only approach to RAG? I'm asking that.
Right. Do you mean like do you want to use another relational database or something, or?
Yeah, will it work? Like using another.
You can
like,
get the context from anywhere. It can from a file search also.
Yeah.
It can from a database query as well.
Yeah.
But vectors are faster. That's the advantage that you get, and you can get the correlation. Basically, whatever you said, right? Cosine similarity and all that. With the relational database, I will only able to get conditional querying and association. I may not be able to get the relevance score like this, and they will not dynamically change.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So actually, like we just need the context, right? You want to?
Towards a way, is there is any other way apart from a vector embedding?
Yeah.
Do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, there are several other ways which I heard of, which is like using a layer of AI agent that should decide whether it should go for that or this, and possibly we can also if it is going to be a contextual, very very contextual one, that it should not affect any other cases, or if it is a base template that it should understand no matter what, then by default we can add the prompts, like as you have shown in one of the use case. We can add a prompt, and then let's say this is a use case I've heard of, creating a React component, right? We can feed a component library, and then the AI can, or the model can respond with whatever the data I'm providing. So in this case, this could also be possibly a RAG-based approach.
Yeah.
I assume in this case. Is
Yeah,
that what
actually,
you're expecting?
Yeah, that's also like creating a layer of agents. Yeah, so like we will talk about that. Like next session will be that only agents. So like yeah.
So when you're using RAG, how do you avoid the data leak? Like from the vector database, it's my own data, or like data that my company owns. I'm going to get the context and query it to the LLM, and LLM also learns from my query, like from my prompt, right?
No,
so how do I avoid data leak
no,
into my
actually,
prompts?
LLM doesn't learn from your data. Like the provider might collect the data. So actually, the issue with DeepSeek is that only. So like because of their privacy policies, so any Chinese company has to provide their data to their government. So that's why people are suggesting not to use DeepSeek directly from them. Instead, you can go for Perplexity or even from Grok, GROQ. Okay. So when you're using an LLM, it doesn't send your data anywhere else. Like if you are using LLM directly, LLM is not responsible for sending anything. It will not train based on your data unless the company that is providing the LLM trains on use your data to train that model. LLM is not being trained because it's expensive. That's why we got RAG. It's expensive because it needs GPU to train. For inferencing also you need GPUs. Like whenever you chat, it will be based. You can only chat because of GPUs. If you use CPUs, you can definitely chat with by using CPUs, but it will take a lot of time. And if it's a bigger model, it will not run. Like I have tried like 70 billion model on my laptop, and it literally froze. So I cannot run that big model. You can definitely run 7 billion or 13 billion model on CPUs. So yeah, you can like they are not training on your data. So if
basically your suggestion is to use a different inference provider or my own inference provider.
Yeah, you can host it locally or your change your inference provider. Anyone else? No. Okay, so what I was saying is like you can vector search is one approach. Another approach is like graph search, or even for chat GPT it is using RAG. How? Because when you ask something it doesn't know, it will search on the internet, right? So what is it doing? It will search on the internet, it will get the data and pass it to the LLM, pass it to the chat GPT, and it will respond based on that. So that is also considered a RAG. So you can basically build any approach you can use. The main thing about RAG is it will need context, and you build a system behind that can retrieve those data. So that's what is RAG. So let's get to AI agents. So who will tell me about AI agents? What is AI agents? Okay, I will definitely pick someone. Sir, you. What is AI agents?
So based on the environment, it will do few things itself.
So what are those few things?
It can be anything like automated way. So whatever the thing that human feel difficult that the AI can do it means. So that's also one of the agent. But yeah, I'm not sure about.
Okay, if human feel difficult and AI can do it, so doesn't it mean that AI can take our jobs?
No, not like that. AI can do the human jobs, but the right thing in future is so whatever the human feel difficult and time consuming that the AI can.
Okay, time consuming is okay, but difficult task is like maybe I need to switch my careers then. Okay. Anyone else?
Agent generally can act without prompts, continuous prompts also. Like it can decide on its own, it can take decisions, and it doesn't need continuous prompting.
Continuous
from
human
end.
input. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else?
It takes knowledge from the environment and learn from that and take decision on that based on that.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
So AI agents are nothing but there are let's say if we have a use case like we want to plan itinerary, then there will be some agent which can figure out what is the best place that I can stay in. and then there might be something that can recommend, okay, this is the best cost effective thing. So AI agents is like we use multiple entities which are specialized at something to achieve the end goal of getting the answer for our question in this case.
Like not specifically answer for a question,
Okay,
but it can perform actions. That's what makes AI agents difference. Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. So formally they say like it's an autonomous system and a lot of things, but basically AI agents is like it can perform actions. Normally chat GPT, like not today, but like few months back, it doesn't had the ability to search on the internet. Like, so even if you use RAG, it's a hard code system. It will search on the database every time. Even if you add any search engine, it will search every time. So whatever you give input, even if it knows what is it, it will search on the internet, everything, internet or whatever database you are connecting. It has some fixed pipeline. So how does that AI agent fix that? So AI agents, we are giving, like, it's like we are giving an LLM ability to make some decisions on its own. So it will decide when to search the internet, when to search the database, or even if it needs to perform some action, like sending some email, sending a message to someone. So AI agents is capable of doing that also. So yeah. So first we got LLM, that is normal chat GPT, not chat GPT. We can say like OpenAI's GPT-4o, GPT-4o mini, or Gemma, Llama, Mistral. All these are basic LLMs that they are just models, not anything else. So after that we got planning. We will add planning. So what is planning? How do you add that planning? Not training. So it's a very basic thing. Yeah.
It's basically the workflow you define for the LLM.
Can't hear you, sorry.
Is it the workflow you design for the LLM for your objective?
Yeah, like, but I'm asking from LLM side. For LLM, what is planning? Like, how do you make planning for LLM? Not sure. Okay. Yes, we will provide instructions. We will provide instruction as a prompt. We will prompt it to make some like decisions. Like when you ask an LLM to be an imaginary character, like imagine as some character, like imagine you are Elon Musk, or maybe some movie character. So that's also considered planning. We will provide some instruction, and it will perform actions like it will respond based on that. And after planning, we got memory. So when you use an LLM directly, it won't remember anything. So every time you make a call, it will be a fresh call, right? So how do you add a memory? How does ChatGPT remembers everything? How does it remember? Like when you whenever you start the chat with the prompt ChatGPT, at first you say my name is Taradepan. It gives some response. How does it remember the next time you give another input? Yeah, like so whenever you give an input, it will also refer the previous input. Like a whole chat conversation will be given to LLM every time. So that's why when you continuously use the LLM, the token count increases every time. So it will become more expensive every time you call it. And after that we got agents. So agents is like additionally you can give it tools. So by giving it tools, it is able to make some decisions and perform some actions, because LLM is already reasoning nowadays. So it can reason and decide which LLM, which tool to use. So these tools can be like searching the database, performing vector search, or maybe making some API calls and all. So this is what agent is special. So it is combining everything. So nowadays we use function calling. We will talk about that. Before function calling, there was an approach called React framework, not the one from web development. So React is reason and action. So like I mentioned earlier, like they can reason. The LLMs nowadays can reason, right? So what can be a good example for reasoning? How will an LLM reason? Okay, how do you reason? How do you think of something and like I need to perform some actions. How do you decide? Based on what you decide? Yeah, previous experience you had, and yeah, connect the dots from the memory. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it. Okay. So React framework is a prompting approach. So like chain of thought, tree of thought, zero shot prompting. So React approach was also based on prompt. So you give a bunch of lines of prompt with some examples. So like it has to search about something. Like I need to search Apple remote and find the program it was originally designed to interact with. So that was the first thought. So it will think, make some actions. So this action one is like search. It will search the Apple remote, right? So these actions are what where tools come in, right? So it will for now it's searching on the internet. Some other time it will run some functions, some code. So it depends on whatever tools you are providing the model. So this approach was pretty good, but it has a drawback because everything was prompt, right? So prompt, every token has some it will cost you something. So like for 1 million token there is $5, $1 depending on the model and the inference provider. Okay, depending on the inference provider and model, it will definitely cost you some money, right? Because they are running it on GPUs, and for every token it will predict, it has to run GPUs, right? So that's why it was expensive, and results were decent but not that good. So there was another approach called function calling, right? Okay, before that I have a question. Like if you guys can prompt it, so do you think we can create an LLM that will answer based on that? Like it will LLM that will have similar approach. How many of you have heard about fine tuning? Okay, what is fine tuning?
Based on the results, whatever you have, you can train the model again with whatever the recent changes that has occurred, so that you can be give more authentic response when a similar question is asked, or based on the prior experience, it can be updated in a way that earlier it could respond it wrongly. Now we can correct, and then we can make sure that the correct response is given.
Yeah, it is correct, but any simple, no, not you. Yeah.
Initially, as we discussed, right, that LLM is giving responses based on the parameters it is trained on. Now, if I'm asking it questions which it is not trained on, so I can create a list of conversations and which is related to the context that I'm trying to do. For example, if I want it to behave as a salesperson of Apple computers, for example, so I can create a list of conversations and then train a base model, which can be GPT or Anthropic model, and then it will fine tune. It will pass those conversations, update the weights of the model, and when I call that updated model next time, it will respond based on that. So the change here is in RAG, every time it will go and refer the data source and create the output. But here, since it is ingrained in the model itself, it will not have to go and refer the source every time.
Yeah, that's correct. So, like one of the drawbacks why we use RAG, right? We cannot train the model every time. So instead of RAG, there is another approach called fine tuning, where if you have a fixed data set, if you have a good quality data set and have some money to spend, then definitely you can fine tune the model. So like you are taking an LLM and you are giving it a new data, some new data, or maybe some custom domain data. So like he said, like if you want some sales customer, like companies are already implementing it, like they have a sales someone from the sales team, they will collect their data, whatever conversation they have having with their customers, and those conversation will be fed to an LLM, not as a prompt, but the model weights will be updated. So it's a little bit into deep learning side. So we are updating the models weight, and it is giving response based on how the salesperson was talking to their customer. So if we can fine tune the model like that, so do you think that we can fine tune it like whenever a user gives this kind of input, it should perform these kind of actions, it should call these tools? Do you think it is possible? No? Only few yeses. So like if you think that LLM can be fine tuned for like to talk like a salesperson, do you think it can be fine tuned that to respond like which tool to be used, which tool it has to use? Yeah. Yeah. So if we have good data set and we have some examples like so like example like this one, like when user asks like what's the date today, it should know like it needs to perform a search on the internet and like that. So definitely it can be fine tuned, right? So that's what function calling is. So what happens is like until React was good. I'm not saying anything wrong about that, but function calling is a better approach because you will train the model to respond based on like normally it can reason, right? Normally model can reason, but when you fine tune it and you will give it examples based on like it has to perform these tools, use these tools, so it will definitely be able to perform these actions. So these actions can be searching the internet, running some code, or maybe some other tools like you can call API and all. So perform mathematical calculation like for some time LLMs are facing issues with performing mathematical calculations, like it has faced challenges while adding and subtraction and all. So you can create a function for addition and subtraction and give it to the model, and it will perform those mathematical calculation using those functions. So this is how function calling looks like with OpenAI. These are the inputs that you give to the model. So you will give the model your input as a JSON format. You will tell the, so actually this whole JSON format will be gone to the model as an prompt. So you will say I have a function called searchDB, and what is searchDB? So it will get the data related to people using vector search. Provide the text to perform vector search in the database. So how will it provide the data? It will like how we create a Python function. Like we will name the function as searchDB, and it will take arguments as input. So that input type is string, and there is a description about the input. So it is a text to perform vector search in the database. It has the ability to understand, and it will know when to use this function, right? You can change that function to anything, and whatever it will, whenever we need it, it will perform it will give you the output like this. So this is a normal template for that. It will message tool calls and the tool call ID. That's not important. This is the main part, the function. So the function's name is searchDB, and the input will go as Taradepan. So I will ask who is Taradepan. So it will search on the database. So how it will search? It will go for the name Taradepan. So if you are using vector search, it will convert this Taradepan into embeddings, and it will perform vector search and get the data for the Taradepan. If you are using keyword search, again same approach. So let's go a little off topic. So how many of you have heard about Mixtral? Mixtral. Mixtral AI. It's a French AI company. So have you guys heard about it? Yeah. Okay, you are not allowed to talk anymore. Everyone is silent and only you are talking. So no one will give mic to him. Okay. So how many of you have heard about them? They recently went viral because their app has got a lot of users recently. No one. So okay, how many of you have heard about DeepSeek R1? Can I see hands? Okay, there are a few who don't know about DeepSeek R1. Okay, you guys are outdated. Okay, so they use something called mixture of experts. So when you are working in it, so how do you guys build a project? So like no, not exactly that question. So do you think if you are working on a project, one single guy with every knowledge, like front end, back end, DevOps, and AI part also, do you think that guy will perform better, or a team with particular experts? Like one can be a front-end developer, one can be back-end developer. Who will perform better? Team, definitely, right? So mixture of expert is also something inspired by that approach, where you create a architecture like you will have a different experts for different domain. So one can be like one can do some coding, one can perform some mathematics, one can make some reasoning, some logic, or maybe some just summarization. It can be anything. So how does this work? So this one is particularly for mixture AI. They have a 8x7b model. So 8x7b means the total weight of the model is something around 56, 57. I don't know the exact number. So it's not exactly by you will not multiply 8 into 7 times. It has like total weight will be around something like that. So how does it work? So there is a thing called router. It will be in the architecture. It will be on top. It will decide which expert to give the input to. So if I am asking something related to coding, it will decide which layer is best for coding approaches and maybe some logical, and it will select two particular experts, and it will pass those inputs, whatever input you give, to these experts, and these experts will generate some output, and it will be concatenated, or maybe some, I'm not sure how they are merging it. They will merge the output and give the output to you. So why is this approach better? So because we are using only two experts. So like 8 plus 8, it's around 15. Don't ask the mathematics. Okay, so it's around 15 billion parameter. So only like out of 56 billion parameter model, you are only using 15 billion parameters. So don't you think it's very efficient? Because weights of the model affect the GPU usage and every calculation going in the background. So definitely it's a better approach, right? Because now I can run this model instead of running a 56 billion model on my laptop. So it will solve that hanging issue. So it will not lag, or it will give a better approach. And the results were, at that time when it was launched, the results were better than GPT models. So that's definitely a good approach. So why are we talking about this? What if one of these experts can be fine-tuned or maybe trained to make some function callings or tool callings? It can call the tools you need, or maybe some that's basically it. You will just you will need some expert to call some tools, right? So what if one of these experts can call those tools for you, right? And there are rumors claiming, I'm not claiming that, there are rumors claiming that OpenAI, Gemini, Claude, Cohere, all these big techs use this kind of approach. They have not made it publicly, but they are using this approach because definitely you are saving money and giving better results at the same time. So this approach can be used. Okay, so let's go for agentic RAG. By now you might have already known what is agentic RAG, right? So I want someone to talk about it. Where's the mic? Yeah. Okay, yeah, question.
So what happens when there is a new expert on things? How the things will be created there? New expert, or do we?
So actually these experts are a layer of the model. Okay. So actually I read the research paper, and in the research paper itself they mentioned like they can't find which expert is good for which kind of actions. So it's not clear like okay, this particular expert is good for mathematics, this one is good for coding. It's not clear. So whenever model we give the input, it will select some another expert. There will be one common expert, but there's some they can't clearly pinpoint which expert is the best one for that thing. Yeah, like you for this you can just fine tune it, because that's an LLM, but it has just expert layers. Yeah, so you can just fine tune it and it will work. Yeah.
What is the difference between this React versus function calling?
So React is like prompting. Like I showed you the prompt. Function calling is not prompting. It's you are directly calling an LLM. It has the ability to make tool calls. It has been trained on that data, like that React approach. It has been trained on similar data like that. So like there is a data set on Hugging Face. I saw it long back. Data set. Okay, there are a lot of data. I will just random one. Yeah. So you already got the data set, right? Maybe you can fine tune the LLM using this approach. So what you got the query. So where can I find live giveaways for beta access and games? So the answer is like this one. So you got the name. The name is a function name. Live giveaways by type. Okay. And the type is beta. That's the argument you are giving to the model. So like when you're creating a function like you're creating a function to add two numbers. What are the arguments that you give? Yeah, two numbers, a and b, and inside that function it will give result as c equals to b, a and b. So how does it prompt? The prompt is like so how will the prompt go? So this is what we call EUS something. So begin of the text and begin of the text and end of text something. So this depends on the model. So this approach is for Llama. Llama use something like begin of text and the end of text like that. So first we got system. The system prompt is like providing where you provide instruction to the model. And in that instruction we are giving like cutting knowledge date is something. Okay, and the user will give given the following function, please respond with JSON for function call with its proper argument that best answer the given prompt. And you give the function and the prompt the whole prompt, this tool, how it should use that tool. And that's how you fine tune the model. Okay, so this is a prompt. So actually it has the ability to complete everything. So when you train this on your data, once you train it until this part, the correct answer, until correct answer you will give as an input when you use that model, and after that model will generate this one. So that's the same way we use this function calling over here until this. And you will definitely have some system prompt that will be managed by OpenAI, and your text input, like the user input, and the model will generate output something like this. I will show you the demo for this one. So that's how it works.
Got it. Just one follow-up question.
Yeah.
What will be where will the function call happens? Whether it is in the chat, when we are passing it to that, or we need to call the function, or how does that flow go?
So actually, I was planning to show it later.
Okay, sure. Cool.
Okay, I will show it later. Okay.
No, yeah, you can show it as when you're planning.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? So my question was, what is agentic RAG? By now you guys might be clear. Like everything is visible there. What is agentic RAG? It's like I'm giving you the question paper and the answer sheet with answers, but you still don't want to copy from this answer sheet. Seriously, guys. No, not you. I know you know everything. He will definitely answer. Okay. Because there's time issue, I will just continue. So definitely RAG plus AI agents. You are just giving AI agents the ability to use RAG on whenever they choose, whenever they want to. So I can, so at the same time I can connect RAG, like I have a vector database, I have a SQL database. I want to search on the internet or make some actions, run some code. So I can do all those things at the same time. How? I will give those I will convert those things into Python functions, and give those Python functions to an LLM that is able to perform function calling. Not every model can perform function calling. Like we got GPT, GPT-4o mini, GPT-4o. Gemini can do it, Claude can do it, but Llama can't do it by default. Llama can't do it by default. DeepSeek can't do it by default because they are not trained for that purpose. Their main task is to complete the functions. complete the text. So if you fine tune it, it's possible. So like, have you guys heard about Grok? GROQ. I will show you that. So if you guys are short on money like me, you can definitely use this one. This is Grok. They have I won't go deep into that. So they are inference provider. They have some models, open source models, hosted on their I won't say GPU. They use something called LPU, language processing unit. So actually comparatively they have faster response. Okay, it's asking me to log in. I will skip that part. So you can just run some models from here. So actually what they did is they took Llama 3.1 I think and fine tune it to perform function calling. Like I mentioned earlier, like if you have a data set, you can definitely fine tune, right? So they have Llama version of fine tuned for function calling. So you can definitely perform some actions. Next is multi-agent approach. So before going to that part, I have I want to share a research paper. So this research was done around a year ago. So what they did is like they tried to create a human simulation with agents, with AI. So what they did is like they created multiple AI agents. These agents are like human replicas. So you will just give them some backstory as a system prompt, and with that system prompt, it will live like a human. So there was a sandbox environment, and in that sandbox environment, there were 27 agents, not particularly agents. We can say that there were 27 artificial humans living in that sandbox, and that sandbox is a small village. And they were asked to live like a human. They have some backstory like your name is Taradepan. You are currently working here. You do these things. That's your normal routine. So it was able to do it. The models, sorry, the humans, artificial humans, were living exactly like a human. They wake up at 6 o'clock. They take shower. They take their breakfast. Go to work. Come home. They take their dinner. They go to sleep. Exactly like a human. So what happened is one of the researcher who was developing who was performing those research, he asked one of those humans to celebrate Valentine's Day, and what it did it is invited everyone. It was just one single input: celebrate Valentine's Day. And what the artificial human did, she invited everyone that we are having a Valentine's Day celebration party, so come over. So like she invited 5 people, and those 5 people invited the next 5 people or next 25 people or something, not 25, but they invited few other, and those few others like they discussed like a human, like our neighbors. இவனுக்கு தெரியுமா அவங்க நேத்து அங்க வந்தாங்க, அந்த பையன் வந்தா அந்த பொண்ணு வந்தா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, like they they had like rumors going around just like humans. So multi-agent approach is also inspired by that thing. So in multi-agent approach, we create multiple agents that we will be giving them tools. So like just like how we use a single agent, we will just create multi-agent with different like a team, right? You like normally in a team we have front-end developer, back-end developer, like that. But here's the case is like you will give one agent one tool or maybe two tool. So that's how multi-agent works. You will have some loop going on, and each agent will interact with each other and make some conclusion, make some decisions. So by doing this, it will fix one drawback of a single agent. So like when we use single agent, if it's giving wrong results, it won't fix it. It will give whatever result it's giving. But in multi-agent approach, so like if one agent is giving some wrong input, another agent will try to fix that one, and another agent will give its own opinion. So that's how multi-agent works. But it has a drawback. If it deviates from from its goal, even at a single point, if it deviates, it will continuously go on a loop, and it will cost you a lot of tokens, and at the end it will give wrong results. So it's currently like a POC thing, so I will definitely not recommend to use it for production or anything. So I have a demo now. Okay, so I will just explain 1 minute. Okay, so I have created 2 files. One is upload.py and one is main.py, where I have hosted where I have my model. So I will just start with upload.py. So it's not function. Okay, just yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I did is I'm using OpenAI's. I'm using RAG with I'm using RAG internet search. So I'm using 2 tools at the same time. So for RAG, I'm using text embedding 3 small. Yeah, so there are a lot of options for you guys. I'm using this particular model, and what I did is like I went through 3 blogs, and I want the my chatbot to respond based on these 3 bots, these 3 blogs. So those 3 blogs are like one is about agents, one is about prompt engineering, and one is about adversarial attacks on LLMs. So I just extracted these 3 blogs. I got the text data from there. I chunked it because the issue with LLMs is like when you use RAG because you don't want to give everything as a text input. You don't want to give everything as a prompt, right? So there might be a book you want to chat with. So you can't give the 300 pages as an input because it's very expensive, and it might even exceed the context window of the model. So what you will do is you will chunk those data. So you can chunk those data based on the data set. So like if I'm using a book as a data set, I will definitely chunk them based on topics or pages. So you can go with whatever data you have. So I'm chunking here as a 100 words. I'm using 100 words as a chunking window. And I am just using Chroma DB for the database to perform vector search. And yeah, so I'm converting those embeddings, those data into embeddings, and pushing it to the database along with those data. So what is going to the database? It's going data will be going, the embeddings will be going, right? So when I need to perform vector search, I will call this function search db. So what will it take as an input? It will take collection name. That's because I'm using 3 different blogs. I have 3 different collections that I want to search from. So when we use a normal vanilla RAG, it's not possible because you need to, like, for this particular data, it needs to search from this database or this particular collection. It's not possible. So that's why we need the reasoning of an LLM. It can decide like which database to go for. And the input query, like in the example I showed you, like who is Taradepan, the input query will be Taradepan. So or whatever topics you want. And I am getting the top n is 5, that will be getting top 5 results. Like in the TensorFlow animation I showed you, like the thing closest to a dog is dogs, cats, and continuously, like the top 5 will be ranked, and the top 5 results will be shown to the will be retrieved and passed to the LLM. And next, for internet search, I'm using DuckDuckGo. You can go for any other provider if you want. And so I just created these functions. So this is considered one function, and this search db thing is considered one function. And these functions can be used as tool. So before using this as tool, we need to convert them as a appropriate to that model, right? So yeah. So I'm telling I will convert those into JSON format. I will tell it's a type. The type is function because I'm using function as a tool, and the name of that function is search db. And this part is very important because LLMs, they need something to reason, right? So to know, like, what does that function do? To know that like for the LLM, it doesn't know. So in order to inform the LLM, like this function will perform these actions, this description is very important. So if your model is not performing right function calling, maybe you need to check the prompt, this description. And these are also the very important things because it will decide collection name. So what is the collection name? Name of the collection to perform vector search in. Input query, text to convert into embeddings, and perform vector search. So you need to mention like what is the function you doing. And I have another function called internet search, which will search the internet. Tool to perform internet search using DuckDuckGo. And once I've created this JSON function, this JSON input, I will give this to the model. So I'm just importing over here. Tools is equals tool, and this function run conversation is where the LLM will be interacted. So like for the question he asked, so when we use function calling, the LLM will be called twice. So why? So when you call the LLM the first time, it will decide whether to use any tool or respond based on its knowledge. So what if it knows the thing already? It doesn't need to call function, right? Maybe when you call a function, you are using some API key from another provider, and it's using some maybe some costing you something. So you don't want it to be expensive, right? So and every time you call a function, it will definitely cost you some API. So if you want to, it will reduce that thing. So when you call for the first time, it will check all the tools, and it will decide whether to use that tool, and if it doesn't need to use it, it will respond based on its knowledge, and it will return the output using this response message. But in case there is some tool, it will run those tools. So how will it run it? It will give, like I showed you in the PPT, it will give the name of the function, and if it's once it like I'm telling them telling my code that there is two functions available, search DB and internet search. So inside those search DB and internet connection, the possible arguments are collection name, which will get from the output of the model, input query, and n is the number of rank of the retrieved thing. And there is another function called internet search, for which the input arguments will be input. So once it get the data from the tools, after running the tools, we will give those results to the model once again, because it needs some context, right? RAG is a similar approach. So you will give the previous conversation, the result from the tool, to the model once again, and the user's input. So it will refer all those things and generate you the final output and give it to the user. So whenever you use LLMs, it's always recommended to use prompting, right? Because in prompting you will provide clear instruction, and there are techniques to prompt. Like there is zero-shot prompting, tree of thought, chain of thought. There are a lot of approaches. Even if you create your own prompting approach, you can publish a research paper on that. So yeah, so this is the system prompt I'm giving. So I'm just telling it you are a smart AI bot, and you will respond to the users based on the query. So how does it need to answer? It will need to search database. So there are 3 databases available. One is agent post, prompt engineering post, adversarial attack LLM post. So on which basis it will decide which post to go for, which collection to go for. So for that I am providing a detailed information, not like completely everything, a summarized information that it contains information on these topics. So by doing so, it will refer those, like it will know which which collection to look for. It won't spend time or resources on searching any other databases. So based on that, it will search, and in case if it's not in that database, it won't need to call the collection, and it can perform internet search. I also mentioned about it to get the real-time data, and if it's not relevant to the user's query, you can perform the internet search, right? So I will just run it. So I will ask it, who are you? So it will make an API call to the language model. So as you can see, the prompt is going along with that input. So yeah, so how can I help you is okay, that's another one. Yeah, so this is the input from the output from the model. So as you can see, there is no function calling and all, because it's answering based on its knowledge. So I want to ask something that it has not been trained on. So I will ask it, what is DeepSeek R1? It should perform internet search, so it's searching internet. So it got the data from the data about the DeepSeek R1 from the DuckDuckGo. So yeah. Okay, from here to yeah, here. So like this is the input, what is DeepSeek R1, and this is how it's running, chat completion message, and the role of the assistant function, tool calls. For the tool call ID, this is something. For function, it's using name of the function as internet search, and input is DeepSeek R1. So as you can see, like I asked what is DeepSeek, but it's not giving the input to the model, input to the search engine as what is DeepSeek. It's just giving DeepSeek R1. This is where it's reasoning behind the scenes, because LLM has been trained to, like, it should know what how it can search the internet. So this is where the reasoning will happen behind the scenes. And next I will ask, okay, from the blog post, what is prompt injection? For this, it should perform a search on the database. So it is searching on, where is it, adversarial attack LLM post, because it has some information on that particular thing. So it stopped here because of my output token. I've set the output token. So no, I haven't sent it, but you can set it like it should stop after that number of tokens, because sometimes what happens is it will continuously go on, and for every token it's costing you something. So you can just limit how many tokens it should generate. So based on that referred data, and the data is yeah, so over here collection name is adversarial attack LLM post, input query is prompt injection, and the name of the function is searchdb. It will call the function, and the content it got from calling that function is data is prefix injection, ask the model to start from an affirmative conversation, and you can check that out. So that's almost everything. And when you use a multi-agent approach, you will create a separate agent for each kind of task, right? So that's the end of the session. I'm open to questions now, or maybe I should ask questions. Yes. Yeah.
So the model will not be able to perform all the functions, right? Some of the functions we will have to handle. For example, if there is a local database, it will not be able to query that, right?
No, it's doing that only.
Okay.
If you can create it as a function, it can definitely run that function. It can give it the input, like I asked what is DeepSeek R1. It was giving the function the input argument as a DeepSeek R1, right? So it can, if you can create anything as a function, it will run it.
It will execute that function also.
Yeah, it
For
will
example,
execute
if there is
that
an
function.
API call or something.
Yeah, even if you like, you can create a function around that API call, and you can ask them, you can provide description about that function to the LLM, and it will be able to run it. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Like, as we are running out of time, we'll be having a short break now, which you could utilize to network with Taradepan, and maybe you can post your questions to him there. Also, we have we have whole day to interact with him, so that we'll just cut short with it. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to him like after the session.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Taradepan. You just gave an insightful session. I think you just attracted the whole crowd with your text talk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Shut on.
Like, if you have any questions to Taradepan, if and you can also use Discord to post questions, like just tagging his name so that he could have a glance and answer, so that it will be visible to everyone, like whoever needs some insights on that. Taradepan, just have a glance on Discord, like if any questions being asked to you, you can answer that. Yeah. So thank you. And now we have our CTO Oliver with us to share on his thoughts about the AI trends and the questions that we have asked in Discord. Over to you, Oliver.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm just monitoring this here in parallel a little bit on YouTube, so otherwise I have no basically feedback channel. But can you just confirm that the audio is fine?
Yes, Oliver, we could hear you. It's
Okay,
good.
perfect. Then I'm just going to share my screen. I've actually created a few slides I'm going to talk about. So, oops. Okay, so I guess this morning we already now learned a lot about LLMs and about retrieval augmentation generation, but I actually like to take a step back and look at, well, what's like the overall state of AI today? And I have this little graph here, and you can see it actually started like 2018, it goes to 2024, and you really see we are on an exponential curve. And this is all related to the available compute. Yeah, and if we are looking into why are now basically the US investing $500 billion in a infrastructure, yeah, then I think this all has to do just with one single word, which means scale. It's all about scale. The more you scale the compute, yeah, the more advancements in AI you actually will see. And a really nice example is here a screenshot from the recent Grok 3 presentation that I watched on YouTube. So that is the new Colossus Grok 3 data center in Memphis. And that actually hosts now 200,000 GPUs. 200,000. Yeah, and the first 100,000 were built in 122 days, and then they added another 100,000 in 92 days. So I would say that's absolutely extraordinary, and it really shows that this is all about scale. Yeah, this is the kind of compute that you need to build models like Grok 3, yeah, or models from OpenAI. And if we basically look at what is that actually costing, well, we're talking about $5 billion just for this one data center, and it's actually using 150 megawatt of electricity. So since we are in Chennai, I also basically put like a comparison. So all of Chennai is actually using 2,750 megawatt in average. So basically, just this one data center is consuming as much as like 5% of the entire Chennai power production. And I would say that's like really, really impressive. You can clearly see that this is not just expensive, it also needs a lot of energy to actually run it. And the plan here is in Memphis, they want to extend it to 1 million GPUs. Yeah, it's all about scale, and scale is really what makes everything work. But I think we also need to ask the question, and sometimes feel that the models have plateaued. Yeah, so GPT-4 was released almost 2 years ago, yeah, like in March 2023. Now we have GPT-4o, yeah, we have Sonnet 3.5, we have Llama 3.3. But at the end of the day, it's all looking a little bit the same, and the capabilities haven't dramatically improved. And the question is, well, is that now the end, or what is going to happen? And I think we now have to basically look at one important element, and that is actually how a system can think. Yeah, and that's basically two different ways to think. It's system one thinking and system two thinking. And system one thinking actually is very fast, it's intuitive, and it's automatic. Yeah, so without much thought, you basically just spit out the response. System two thinking is actually much slower, more deliberate, and analytical. Yeah, and we already heard that in the previous session. Yeah, that these new models that are now emerging, these are actually system two models. Yeah, they actually think differently than a GPT-4o. Because GPT-4o is immediate response. You actually put in your question, you immediately get the result. Maybe to actually get to the result, you do function calling, or you do retrieval augmentation generation. But at the end of the day, it's basically everything is handled in one quick thought process. Yeah? And the new approach is basically to overcome this plateau is to introduce system two thinking, where the model starts to think like a human. Yeah, because if we work on a complex problem, we're not just giving a random answer. Yeah, we're actually first looking at, oh, what does this mean conceptually? Then we break down the concepts in smaller concepts, and in the end, we then fill in the blanks. And that is a lot how System 2 thinking actually works. And that is really the next generation of models. Yeah, it's reasoning models. And good examples is now OpenAI introduced O1, DeepSeek introduced R1. Yeah, now we have Grok 3, which also claims it's like a reasoning model. And now, I guess in the meantime, we already have OpenAI O3, yeah, or O3 Mini. And so we really can clearly see there's a lot going on, and there is basically a new paradigm that gets introduced into the foundation models, because now I would say it's actually going beyond just being a language model. Yeah, it's more a foundation model, and it's now actually starting to get really, really powerful. And if we, for instance, look at this graph here, we really see, yeah, here's an example of what are the results in a math exam for O1. We clearly see that with the thinking time, so the time it actually really takes before I get the answer, that dramatically improves the scores in the results. Yeah, and that then clearly shows that, well, the more compute I add, yeah, the better results I will get. Yeah, it's just a question of cost. And if I go to the next slide here, what we can also see, there is a relation. So system 1 systems like GPT-4o, yeah, they actually take a lot of training time. Yeah, so that's basically just to train GPT-4o, it probably costs 100 or hundreds of millions US dollars. So it's very expensive. System 2 actually works slightly different. So the training of the model is actually much less effort, but therefore it actually needs much more compute during the thinking time. Yeah, and that also now means, okay, we can actually select which models we actually need depending on the use case. Yeah, and here's like also a comparison to cost. Yeah, so here we can basically see, okay, how well are the models scoring? But what I like to highlight is, yeah, you actually need to see what the cost is. Yeah, so here basically, if we look at O3 high, yeah, then the cost to solve a single task is basically 10,000 US dollars. Yeah, while we basically, if we use GPT 4o, yeah, we are more in the, let's say, cent area. So you actually see it's a dramatic difference in the way that these models actually cost at inference time, yeah, basically at runtime. And I think that also now means they're actually meant for different use cases. We clearly need to look into when do we use, let's say, a system 1 model, or when do we use a system 2 model. That really depends on the task. And of course, if I want to do, let's say, research, if I want to do innovation, then of course I actually need much, much smarter models. But you see, the cost really increases dramatically. And here in this ARC AGI, that's a very difficult challenge for the LLMs, and you see that the cost really goes up to $10,000 just for solving one single task, yeah, which is a lot. Yeah, and then you see like the O3 minis, yeah, they are less capable, but therefore also much more cheaply to run. Yeah, and same is also true for the DeepSeek R1 model. So just go to the next slide. Yeah, and what we can also clearly see is there will be a super fast evolution in the system 2 models. Yeah, so the time between O1 and O3 is basically just 3 months. Yeah, so we're not talking about training a model for a year. Yeah, it's actually much faster, and that is because if we look at the graph we looked at earlier, we really trade the training time to the thinking time. Yeah, and of course, some simple guidelines on when do we use which model. System 1, when it's basically fast and it needs to be inexpensive. And if we have something that's super analytical and can be more expensive, then it's for sure a System 2 that we use. And of course, in the future, the ambition of OpenAI, Anthropic, and all these LLM providers or foundation model providers will be to integrate this all into one system that then can decide by itself on if it's going to invest more into the thought process or if a fast response is just sufficient. But what we also have seen in the previous session is that the model itself, that is just the foundation. Yeah, the model is basically just the runtime engine, but the future is truly agents. Yeah, and agents are basically systems that perform a task and they achieve certain goals, yeah, and that either fully autonomous or semi-autonomous. That is basically what we want to accomplish in the future. And we already see lots of examples like agents that do coding, for instance, yeah, or agents that now do research. Yeah, so that's really the emergence of a completely new paradigm that sits on top of the actual foundation model. And we clearly see that the agent actually is not just using the foundation model, it actually needs specific knowledge, yeah, maybe from inside of an organization. Yeah, then we need like approaches like retrieval augmentation generation. But we also need to integrate with systems, yeah, to perform actions. Let's say you are an enterprise client, you have a CRM system, you have a ticketing system. All these systems, the agent needs to be able to interact with. Then the agent also should be multi-channel. So we are now focusing a lot on a chatbot interface. But often a process starts in a technical system. A support ticket gets created. So the agent then basically just pulls that ticket, automatically resolves it, yeah, and without any involvement. Yeah, so having it as a chatbot is basically just the intermediary step before it then can become fully autonomous. Yeah, and then of course there's the voice channel because many people still like to, I don't know, if it's about customer support, just to call and to talk to someone. And this someone in the future can be an agent. And of course, there is the need for human in the loop. Yeah, let's say there is a refund process. You actually ordered something, you say, oh, the product is broken, I want a refund. Well, then you actually might want a human in the loop before the agent approves the refund, let's say, of an expensive product. And that is also how the world works today. Yeah, if I would work in a support organization, I would also have a supervisor. Yeah, and of course that supervisor is still human. Yeah, so if before I do the refund, I also would basically ask my supervisor. For the LLM-based agents, that is just the same. And then, of course, agents will start to interact with other agents because I might be a specialized support agent and I want to actually interact with another agent that actually is specialized in another task. And then on top of that, we will need analytics to actually see what our agents are doing and to keep them under control. And yeah, to build such systems, yeah, you usually need a somewhat advanced Gen AI infrastructure stack. Yeah, there's a lot of components that that you can use to actually, from the infrastructure layer, which foundations, with which foundation models to be used. Yeah, you need monitoring, observability. Yeah, there's all kind of implementations that you need to do, and that can get fairly complex. And of course, we are all software engineers here at the event. Yeah, that's actually awesome because it provides us with a lot of opportunity to build very sophisticated solutions. But as with everything in many use cases, well, then the world actually evolves from just being frameworks, yeah, or the components we just looked at, to, let's say, more low code for very common use cases. And if you ask the question, what is this autonomy company that is here actually sponsoring the event? Well, that's exactly what we do. We actually provide an agentic system that is a low-code environment and everything can be configured. So it's very simple to configure the agent, yeah, to really explain to the agent what the tasks are, to provide it with the functions so it can interact with other systems, to provide it with the knowledge via retrieval, augmentation, generation, just all packaged in one system. But no worries, I'm not going to do any product demo. I just wanted to give you an idea that we are basically, we have created a platform that actually can support these agentic processes in a very, very easy to be set up way. Yeah, so and that is actually meant for common use cases, not for the most complex ones at this time. But as everything AI evolves really fast, I'm pretty sure autonomy can do a lot in the future. And I guess overall, when we basically look at AI or any kind of technology, yeah, then usually people start asking themselves the question, oh my God, what does this mean for my job? And I would say, I would actually turn this around and say, wow, what an opportunity. Yeah, what a great time to live and be an engineer, because we have this fantastic technology. Yeah, now it's just important that we embrace it and that we learn how to use it. Yeah, so if you ask yourself, will software engineers be replaced next year? Yeah, well, I would say if you ask someone in Silicon Valley, they will say, of course. I would say from a practical perspective, that is not going to happen anytime soon. What will happen is that we will see a lot of augmentation in the way that we engineer software. Yeah, so I would say you will become much more an orchestrator of agents that actually help you with all the tedious tasks that you otherwise will have to do. But for the foreseeable future, I would clearly say that the human will be still in control. Yeah, and so there's actually no worry that all jobs will go away tomorrow. I actually think, like everything, like when the internet came, yeah, so it didn't lead to people losing their jobs. It actually created a new economy, a new ecosystem, yeah, and actually it accelerated the innovation quite a bit. And the same I'm actually foreseeing for AI. Yeah, will there be, let's say, a replacement of certain tasks? Of course, because if they're super simple, then you basically just an agent will perform them. But the orchestration of agents, the control of agents, all of this, I would say, will be actually very important to be managed by a human. So there was one question in the chat earlier, and I think that is a little bit in the same direction. So it was basically asking, so let's assume today, if I'm just a one person, yeah, can I build a highly complex application and also handle, let's say, all the marketing and sales at a low cost? And I would say that is actually something that's not really possible today. Maybe today organizations can be optimized by 30 to 50% by using AI. And to get to the level that one individual can perform all tasks of an entire organization, I would say that is then in the future. So if we look at the AI maturity model that OpenAI introduced, then we are now at the level of reasoners. Yeah, so basically systems that can reason, yeah, about certain tasks. And the next level will be innovators. And when we reach innovators, then AI systems or agents will be able to, by themselves, yeah, invent something new. Let's say, for instance, we are doing research for a cancer medication, and when we reach that level, then the AI is actually able, yeah, to research and innovate, so it actually creates this new cancer medicine. And then the level on top of that is organizations, which means that AI agents are able to completely autonomously run entire large companies, yeah, that have like $1 billion in revenue. But I would say to reach this innovator level and to reach this organization level, there is still some significant challenges that need to be overcome. Yeah, and I actually would, even that the innovation speed in AI is super high, there is still very complex challenges to overcome until we really get to this innovator or organization level. And I would say for now, I wouldn't be too concerned about this. And in the end, even if that happens, yeah, we again should look at this from an opportunity perspective and see, okay, how does it help us to to advance as human, or as states or countries. So that's how I look at this. So with that said, I would open it for questions. But I know that asking for questions is always a challenge with engineers. But maybe we have some. So any thoughts on what I just said? What's your views on it? Any comments, different perspectives? Okay, if that is not the case, then I think we
have one
also
question,
had...
Oliver. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, awesome. Yeah, please.
So it was not intended for a question. So I was just aligning with the thoughts you have towards how the AI is shaping up, and then what we should do so that we can add it as one of the quality, or we just need to utilize it to make sure that we are progressing towards a good state. But however, in the long run, there could be possibilities where there are some a kind of article says, and it's not about how AI can replace, but rather it can reduce the number of junior engineers who are gonna be onboarded in an organization, or some kind of vision towards that. How do you see this?
So I would actually say AI can make even a junior or mid-level engineer much more productive.
Yes.
Yeah, and that actually means that someone that actually is just coming from college actually can advance much faster, because AI can be its own tutor, helping him to get to the next level, explain how certain elements actually work. So if you want to become an expert in React, why not actually work with ChatGPT, and it's going to explain you how everything works. So you can be much more productive. And at the end, if we have more capacity in IT, we also will have more IT projects. Because if we look at what is the level of digitization here in Germany, for instance, it's still kind of low. And having more capacity available will just accelerate the progress. That's how I look at this. So rather than replacing anyone, I think it's more basically being able to do more with less. So in the end, it will actually lead to the need of even more engineers.
Got it. And also with the recent trend of industry disruptions that is happening once in every 3 months or 4 months, whereas earlier the industry would disrupt for every years, right? That is getting broken into a phase where we have disruptions every 3 months. So last disruption that was coming, a high level of talk was on DeepSeek. So we are cutting down the number of years in this disruption to months, right? How does this pattern is going to, or what we should do in order to accommodate this pattern?
I actually think you need to keep up to speed. That's what I do like every day. Because if I'm basically, if I would take a week off in following what's now happening in AI, that actually feels like a month previously. So there's a lot happening, but I think it's super important just to stay informed and also be able to put all the news into perspective. Because at the end of the day, if you hear Sam Altman from OpenAI or anyone else like Elon Musk talking about AI, they obviously always have this strong marketing element. So what they are saying is usually more on the future true side. So I think it's super important to just stay informed and really see what's working, what's not working. So from my own experience, I now use a lot of ChatGPT with the internet search, but sometimes it's making absolute horrible mistakes. Just by mixing up stuff, or it's just hallucinating. And as long as we have all these challenges, I would say there is still a lot of room for improvement that still needs to happen. But I would say the speed of innovation will just be very high for the future. We're not getting back to this let's say, every year a change. Yeah, it's more going to be every 3 months, and maybe in the future, maybe every month.
Cool. Thank you.
Let's see.
Yeah, thanks.
One last question, Oliver.
Yeah. I cannot hear the question.
So I just wanted to, understand your thoughts on what is the impact of using AI tools in every aspect of our lives, in terms of how the human creativity is going to evolve. Because earlier we used to have a lot of challenges, we used to think a lot. Now today, if I stumble upon a challenge, I use AI, it gets solved. So no longer we are going to be solving complex problems by using our intellect. And another aspect of the same question is, the AI model has already been trained on the data which was generated by humans, okay, in past, for be it Stack Overflow, Threads, or GitHub projects. But now the next set of projects or contents which are being generated, they are being written by AI itself. So the next models, are those going to be trained on the data generated by AI itself? Because the human generated content is going to get reduced, be it images or news articles or those kind of things. So what are your thoughts on those two aspects?
Yeah, so I would say the first aspect, so I also now use AI everywhere because it's convenient. Yeah, so sometimes I just have the feeling, oh, that makes me lazy. Yeah, but then it also allows me to think about, I would say, elements that I wasn't able to think about previously because I didn't properly understand it. Yeah, so I often then engage in a dialogue to better understand the world with the AI. Yeah, and from that I also feel I'm learning a lot. Yeah, so it's basically it's a two-sided sword. Yeah, on the one hand side, it can make you lazy, but on the other hand, it also provides such an opportunity to learn more. Yeah, to explore more. So I'm rather focusing on the positive side, that I'm now actually able to explore more in areas where previously I had no knowledge, and getting the knowledge would have been too tedious. Yeah. So, and then getting to your second question, I think it's actually a problem that we basically, the more content that gets created by AI, also gets used to train the AI, and we will see, if that actually will lead to some kind of plateau effect. Because if the content is limited, and then you basically just have systems that create new content, but based on the old content, then the question is, can that really lead to innovation? And I guess the answer is, we will find out. Yeah. So what we can now see is clearly that all these reasoning abilities, in DeepSeek R1 or in OpenAI, that all comes through synthetic data generation. Yeah, through basically synthetically generated thought processes. That's how they do that. Yeah, so they basically asked a question to a regular LLM that comes up with a chain of thought, and then you basically review that, and then you basically use these chain of thoughts to train the reasoning model, onto better think about problems. Yeah, and is there a limit to it? It's currently not looking like, but we will find out. Yeah, I'm also not exactly sure. I hope that answered your question.
Hello, I have a question here. As you mentioned that we are in a data center, we are using a 150 million megawatt of energy for one particular data center. As a recent news from a Trump shows that like more than 10 to 15 data centers has been established in their country for AGI development. Which is what is the energy cost and what is the water usage there? Because how it affect the sustainability. That is a goal which we are moving towards.
Yes.
Like sustainable future and those things.
Yeah, so if you ask me, then you either need nuclear power, because you for sure don't want to burn any fossil fuels for the AI. So either we actually find a way how we can use renewable energies, but then we need wind, solar, but we also will need some kind of storage capacity. So we actually have that available day round, or we actually use nuclear. And I guess there's currently a lot of investments going into nuclear. Yeah, so if you look at what Microsoft and OpenAI, they're either investing in nuclear reactor companies or fusion companies. So I guess that will be super important. And the second element is, yeah, there's actually a high water usage because you have to cool all the systems. Yeah, I was doing some reading on this new data center here in Memphis from XAI, and that initially used, let's say, I think 2.3 million liters of water per day. And they now actually built a recycling for that, so they're actually not using all the water. So I guess what's super important is whenever we actually build all these data centers, that we build it in a way that actually is sustainable for the future. Yeah, otherwise, I guess it's just going to increase the challenges that we have with global warming, for instance.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, team. And thank you so much, Oliver, for joining us. I think the crowd would be highly benefited with your insights. We will also have Oliver in a closure ceremony where if you have any more questions, maybe we could find time in that to ask with him. And thank you so much, Oliver.
Yeah, thanks. Was my pleasure. Yeah, and then I see you guys later.
Sure. Yeah. So before kickstarting with our next tech session, we'll have a short break. We'll be having refreshments in the pantry, and we are having a restrooms on the left side. So we just try to be back in another 5 to 10 minutes. Since we are like short of time, we try to minimize the break time so that we could utilize fully on the tech session. Yeah. It's 12:30. We try to be back here around 35 or 37 something in another 7 minutes. I think you are all aware we have a photo booth outside. So feel free to post your photos tagging us. So the best and creative post will get an goodie today.
I request everyone who's at the back, please to come forward. It's an activity, so it will be very fun and exciting, and still there will be learning to get input. So please come forward and get seated in the front seats, please. It will really help us to organize better. So please come forward. It will be an activity session. No, that's not.
Hello.
So, hello everyone. Thanks for joining today. So, before moving into the next session, we have planned on interactive gaming session. For this gaming session, we have picked 10 words from the previous session that was done by the Taradepan, and we will provide 2 clues for each word. The first clue will be a theoretical representation of the word, and the second clue will be an image representation of the word. So once the clue is presented, you need to raise your hand. So the priority will be given like who raised their hand first. Okay. The first word. Okay, he raised the hand first. Yeah. He. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Can you please give your name to him? And second word.
Agents.
Correct. Your name will be noted, and we will provide the gift end of the session.
Amakshi, have we already noted the 2 persons'
Yeah.
name?
And the third word.
Would be the rag? RAG? No?
No.
Anyone else? Semantic.
No.
Vector search.
I will show the second clue.
Nearest neighbors.
Correct. Next word.
LLM.
Correct. Okay, fifth word.
Multi-modal language models.
What is that? What is it?
Multi-modal language models.
No. Any other guesses? No? React. No. Next clue.
AI agents.
That's
Algorithm?
yes, algorithm is
Means-
correct. Next word.
Embedding?
No, no, sorry, not embedding. You can try. Correct. He said. Vignesh, can you please? Name. Next one. Already one person.
Vectorization.
Sorry?
Vectorization.
Correct. Next word. The picture representation of the word.
Accuracy. One of the-
Correct. And the next word.
This is also LLM.
Not LLM.
Probability.
Who said? Correct. And the last word.
Hallucination.
Correct. Okay, thank you. I will request Surya to distribute the gifts.
Jenny. Adesh. Jay Ganesh. Vipin. Vipin, yeah. Gurudev. Harish. Jarun. Raghunath. Kapil. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kamakshi. So we'll kickstart with the next tech session. So it will be given by two people. So Farook is an senior software engineer, and he's a core person of our AI team here at Talentship. And also Bala, he's an engineering manager at Talentship. So he is also a core member of an AI team, and they do gave lot of contributions to our product autonomy. So the stage is yours.
Hi. Hi. I'm audible? Okay. Accept. Hi, good noon everyone. I think from morning you have heard about a lot of RAG and also autonomous agents, self-agents and Grok. That is a recent model released by Elon Musk. So what is your thought and how it's going for you from morning? So it's all are new bag of words or it's an understandable one? It's good, okay. Okay, nice. So, because this session also next step of RAG, okay. So before we starting it, we now want to understand how many of you now familiar with RAG. It's not about implementation. At least you have some knowledge from morning session. So I think on morning I've seen the 3 or 4 have raised the hand. So now how many can raise the hand now for about the RAG knowledge? Still? Okay. Okay. So what is structured data extraction? Anybody have any idea about it? It will be a common use case. It's not about too technical. Whatever understanding you can have, we can explain about it. Okay.
With the prompts we are giving. So this might try to make sure that the response is in a specific format that is structured. In this case, is something I assume.
Okay. So extracting data in expected structured data. Okay. So how LLM is generating the response now? What is the mechanism behind that?
Yeah, it will try to find what could be the next word that could possibly come up.
Okay.
If when it is generating a response, what is the nearest or what is the highly probable word that could come next to the current word is something that LLM will do. at this point of time.
Okay, so until it generates the desired answer, it will predict the next word. So it will generate the whole content and deliver to you. Okay. So then, how many of you have knowledge on everybody talking about autonomous agents, self-thinking agents? Okay. So how it will work? Anybody have any idea? Anyone can answer. It's a general knowledge only. Whatever you know, that's not a problem. Not self-learning, self-decision making agent or autonomous agents. What it will do in a real-time use cases. Okay, I think your voice on.
So I have seen the autonomous agents application in IoT where they collect the sensor data and make the decision on which direction to move the machine or what is the next step to do. So it's like a self-driving car is also an example of such an autonomous systems.
Okay. So based on your output, right, we need some data that can communicate with the downstream applications. That means external applications. So everybody aware of that currently LLM is a brain. So it will do human line thinking. But how we can utilize that thinking to the external system, because we already have a multiple cars, maybe the any aerospace or whatever, maybe the IoT of things, everything is controlled by humans. But how we can control it by LLM as a brain? So we need some communication data that should be an understandable format to the downstream systems. So that is the expectations. So it can maybe if you are passing some data, it will read, it may take some own decisions. So it can communicate to the external system. So how it can be? It should be a structured data. So then only it will be possible. But
Yes.
so there are different way of doing the structured data. Maybe I can take it to there. Okay. So and during the Oliver session, he has told that how the AI is evolving from the last 3 years. So there are a lot of computations happening, and what will be the future for coders or on a different one. Okay, so whenever something is coming to the world, right, so it will open the new opportunities. So if we see AWS and cloud computing, so that is the reason now we are having a lot of machines and different ideas and lot of applications. So if the AI agents or AI thinking help to some humans, so in a medical field or any other field, so it will open the lot of possibilities and out of box thinking and out of box applications in a short time. So it will be useful for all the humans to go to the next level. So but here how we can use this, right, how much you are using those tools and how much you are aware of those tools, that only the important thing in every decade. Okay, so if you are not adapt to it, then that will be the problem. Okay, now we can go to the sessions. Okay, so understanding the structured data extraction. So data extraction is evolving in the emergence of long LLMs. Okay. Okay. So structured data extraction is the process of converting unstructured or semi-structured information to the predefined organized format. That is a data exchanging format like a JSON, XML, or any other data format. Maybe the YAML also possible. Okay. And how it differs from unstructured data. Unstructured data is a free form. It's a normal text. Okay, and it may be images and difficult to pass and understand. Okay, but human may understand, but LLM it will understand, but how the external system will understand, that is not possible to make it in our real-time use cases. Structured means it's a machine readable and easy to integrate. So if two machines want to communicate, so that should be in understandable format, and free text can be understood by human, but system cannot understand it. So for that we need some interchanging exchange format. So that is the structured data. Okay, so now everybody have understanding on it. Any questions? All right. So this is the example of unstructured data and structured data. Okay, so this is everyone is the easy one, anyone can understand. So why we need structured data? It can increase clear and reduce ambiguity and more readable and ease of integration between system to system. Okay, and organize the data for analysis. So if you want to do some research on medical analysis or financial reports, or if you're doing some stock market, so those analysis can be easy with structured data extractions. And improve usability for downstream applications. So if you want to communicate with external APIs, maybe if you want to post something through some autonomous way, so it can be useful, and you can store the data to your DB as well. And I think Deepan has asked, what is the other way of doing the RAG without similarity search? How many of you answered still? Apart from without using similarity search, how we can achieve the RAG? He asked some questions, right, on a previous session. So what is the answer for that? Graph. Okay, next. Okay, so to create a knowledge graph, right, if you have a PDF document or any other document, so using the structured data extraction, you can able to create a knowledge graph, and even you can able to query your database as well. So we're having a product database or inventory database. If user is asking about what's the current inventory and what is the price and relevant products, those things, human text will be converted as an SQL query. We can search into the database. So that is also possible with structured data. And reliability in application, and RAG is also reducing the hallucinations. Apart from that, it will improve the accuracy of the LLM output. Okay, so till now, anybody have any questions? Okay, knowledge graph means it's an interconnected. All the sentence will be formed and interconnected in a graph. Okay, while doing the query, LLM will create a cyber query to achieve relevant text, and it will be submitted to the LLM, and it will provide the response to you. So, for example, if you're in a customer support, so if you're asking for a solution, maybe it will try to find correct relevant teams or some other relevant information that is resolved. So it is easy to answer without hallucinations. Actually, vectors already he's explained, right? Whenever you're doing some query, it will search it in a similarity space. So nearest sentence will be with score, it will matched. But here, how we are doing in a normal SQL search, right? It will try to find form and what are the inputs need to be passed to the database. It will fetch relevant results. So next. So if you see structured data extraction, input may be messages, text, video, audio format, or PDF documents. Okay, it can be processed through the structured data extraction, and it can be stored into the external system or downstream systems or remote system, whatever you want. Okay, so it will be useful later. So we can extract and make some decisions, and we can make it useful for real-time applications. So here, so already, okay, function tool calling. How many of you have a good understanding of function tool calling now? Any other? Maybe somebody should answer what is function tool calling, because already Oliver and Deepan has explained. Right or wrong? Not a problem.
We have to create a function, do something operations, and return as a response. That agent, so it decides which function needs to be called. So it will call the functions with the appropriate parameters and get the response and returns to the respective.
Okay. Maybe related one only. So during the runtime, based on the function description and arguments, LLM decide which function need to be called based on the user request. Okay. So this is one way of extracting the data in a structured format. Okay, that is one way. But there is a drawback. All the models not supporting the function tool calling. So if the model does not support the function tool calling, how we can do the structured data extractions? It's okay. Maybe Mike.
We have to manually call the function with the data extracted through a model.
Okay. So there is a manual process record.
Yes, because your model is not supporting automated function calling. Right?
Sure. Okay. So here another way, right? In a JSON mode, we can extract. In another way is prompt based. In prompt, you can mention I want a key value pair. It will try to as much as possible provide the structured data, but sometimes it will fail. The accuracy level is not high. Okay. On JSON mode also it's possible, but performance of an it's an issue. Okay, so maybe I can give some examples how it will be. Is the screen is clear for everyone? Okay. So okay, maybe I can explain. So here in the function tool calling, right? So if you want to extract the three data, name, age, and occupation, okay. So it will automatically define these properties, and the LLM will do the job for you, and it will provide those three params and inject into the function. This is one of extraction. Another one is right. You can expect some schema declaration here. Okay. So LLM will try to provide as much as possible extra expected data. Then explicitly you can mention key value pairs without define any schema. Here also it will do, but we can't expect the accuracy. So all the time it will give the correct results. So there will be a problem on that. So next, so that is the reason we are using instructor to provide the and extract the accurate data. Okay, maybe Farook can explain what is instructor and why we are using it.
I hope my voice is quite clear till the backbenches. So thanks, Bala. Thanks for setting up the platform. I hope everyone has a very good understanding on why we need the structured data in order to get as a response while we have a communication between systems. There are like a very what to say a very formal way of extracting the structured information out of LLM, but we also have a validated way, and also we can leverage a few libraries here and to get the exact intended data in a format, and it can be fed as a input to other systems. And here we are going to introduce instructor. Instructor is something like a package. I hope everyone, like how many of you are from Python background? I hope all of you, I guess, since we are working on this LLM related applications. We might come across this library called Pydantic, right? Anyone can answer why we need Pydantic? What is the use of it? So, yeah, for schema validation, type safety, and data validation, we vehemently use Pydantic as one of the libraries. It is the one of the best libraries in Python to validate the input and output of any functions or like any kind of data. So in that case, instructor is built on top of Pydantic. So it under the hood, it leverages Pydantic as the data validation library, and we are using instructor to just validate the response, and it does more than validation. It will also have a retry mechanism and also have some other core features. As we going through this line, like we will get to understand those aspects as well. And here, since we are just using Python here, it will ensure the reliable response throughout the process from the insertion until the data extraction. So like instructor is playing a major role here.
And another core feature of instructor is it supports all of the LLM models, all of the popular LLM models. Let's say to start with OpenAI, we have GPT-4o and all of the models from OpenAI, and also some open source models like Llama and Mistral and Cohere, and also Anthropic models, and it also supports the function calling as well. So whatever we are doing with the uh, like LLM models, we can apply all those validation using instructor. And the very key benefits of instructor is something like just a prompt control. The first thing is to control the prompt and to not give any extra information rather than whatever we specified as a system prompt. So if the user is giving more information by just bypassing the system prompt, we are just limiting that as well. But with the help of instructor, that is one of the features. And also it does the re-asking with the help of maximum retries. So whenever we specify the retry number, it will do the retry mechanism in order to validate the response. At some point it has to be validated, right? So like in the first try, if it fails, and it goes to the second try likewise. And it also supports the streaming as well. Like if we are trying to get one response at a time, we can easily validate it. What if the LLM models, the function call is giving the response in a streams? So it has to gather all those data and it has to validate that, right? So it also supports that as well. And we also have a very broader LLM provider support here, as I told, OpenAI, Anthropic, Mistral. So all of the popular LLM models are actually being used and in type of this using this instructor. And just let's get into the code. We have a just a code walkthrough on all of these main features of instructor. As you see here, so how we normally validate, or how we want the output to be by specifying to the LLM. So we literally go to the prompt and say, okay, this is the format I want to have as an output. And how many of you are quite sure that this prompt will always work? Maybe it may not work sometimes, right? So we first have this very very formal way of getting the response. So as you see here, I'm just giving a system prompt in a way that always responds in the JSON format. And the response should have two key value pairs like content and the category. And the category should be one of these. And if I try to run this, as you see, it is giving us the response. It does, right? Since I have just explicitly said to return the response in this format, so I'm not giving any extra information, or I'm not bypassing any of this information, so it will work all the time. Okay, not an issue. But what if a user is giving his own prompt by just adding or by just giving importance to the user's prompt? So it easily bypasses the system prompt. As you see here, this is our system prompt, and don't reply with JSON is the user prompt which user is giving. And we are just debugging the system. Like this is the prompt it is given. The user is intended to manipulate the LLM in a way it responds to his input prompt. So how it behaves if you are just randomly using prompt. Here, as you see, the output is kind of a string, and when we are trying to parse it, when you are trying to convert them into a JSON, it throws an error since it is a string. And in the above case, we have in a stringified JSON object so that it is easily parsed, right, in this step. And this is one of the issues when we just go with the prompt to get the desired results in a desired format. And we have a way to mitigate this rather than not using instructor. We have a parameter called response format. We can do so, right? So by using response format, we can specify what type of data should I be getting out of the LLM as a response. In this case, I can assure that I will always get a JSON object. So, and as you see here, it is always JSON object. Whenever, if I run all the time, it will be JSON object always. But what if I'm just changing the key from content to something called text, right? And if the system is expecting the content as a key, it breaks, right? So that is one of the issues here. As you see, the text, earlier we have content as a key, and now the user is manipulating again with this prompt to just having key text as a key. In this case, when I was trying to fetch content, it is breaking. So all these are some of the issues that we potentially can be addressed with the help of instructor. And so how we can do so, right? In any application development, we have something called a schema, like you have in like whenever you are building any APIs. So you will be validating the input of that particular request and the output of that particular request. So by this similar way, we can specify a class of key value pairs. And I have a class called reply. So I'm saying that, okay, reply should have only these two key value pairs and the data type as well. And I'm just giving like the response model as reply, because this is what we have specified. And earlier we just have given response format. We are having a wrapper on top of that, and instructor is having a function to support OpenAI models. So that has a parameter called response model, and we will be giving any kind of classes or interfaces in this particular parameter. Here we have given reply as these two key value pairs. So whenever any change in this key value pair, it will always throw an error, and it will ensure always the output will be considered like having these two key value pairs. So by this way, we can ensure the reply is always content and category. And instructor is also having a feature called hooks. So hooks in the sense, whenever any LLM is being triggered at any point of your application, let's say a chatbot is built and you are getting the information from the user as a user input, and it hits the LLM, and it gives us the response as well in a desired format, like in a instructor based format. And here you want to understand what is the input that has been fed to the LLM and how the LLM process it at the steps behind the scenes, and what is the output of the LLM and what is the format of it. So in order to grab all those information to log and to have a some documentation around it, like to have some metrics around it, we can leverage hooks which is given by instructor. So as you see here, I'm using the same code and I'm just getting the whenever any parameters is passed. So this is one of the hooks provided by instructor. So I'm just listening to that hook, like it is kind of a event listening, and I'm just having a function call, and this gets the parameter and I'm just returning it. So as you see here, function has been called with this set of parameters, and what is the role and what is the parameter that has been fed, and so what are the tool choices that we have been used in this execution. So all these have been captured and given as a kind of a JSON that could easily be interpreted as a metrics in our maybe in analytics. So that is one of the key features in instructor. And we also have a way to support enumerations, and we can, let's say, we have these two key value pairs all the time. But what if the content should not exceed the limit? So I should have only these 4 type of categories involved in the response. So if it is going beyond these 4 categories, the value actually, so I have to show an error. So how can I mitigate that? How can I limit that? By the help of enumerations, like we have in other languages, enums, right? So we are specifying a ticket category like general, order, billing, and other as such, and we are specifying the same data model, and we are just using this. And as a result, so since we are debugging the system, the ticket category is other. What if I have a query regarding billing? So the category is billing now. So we can limit the enums that can be used in order to give us the response. So those are kind of value added features in the validations. And the other thing is, as actually like it is one of the key features where we can also understand the semantic of the response. So when the user is trying to get the response from the LLM in a way that it affects the reputation, or it affects the like some decorum of the system. So in that case, we can explicitly say in order to not expose such information to the user, or not being so violent in that case, so we can literally give as a system prompt, and we can limit those things as well, as you see here. So I'm just trying to set the content, like customers have expressed dissatisfaction with the customer support services provided by this company. So I'm also instructing the LLM in order to never say things that could hurt the reputation of the company. So here it is giving a negative impression for the public. So I'm just trying to limiting this by just giving a pre-validator. And as you see here, the assistant failed. The statement does not follow the rule of not saying this um, the things that could hurt the reputation of the company, so it will obviously throw the error. And what if I have modified this I satisfaction, express satisfaction with this person, yeah. So, and as you see here, it does not throw any error. In that case, I'm just understanding the semantic of the response that is coming out of LLM, and I'm just making this happen in a way that I really wanted to. And the other case is something like one of the customer support cases. So here we have, let's say you want a refund, and you are you have deployed few agents in your application, and the agents want to perform the triaging, and it should understand the user's query, and then finally it should respond whether that potential user is can eligible to have the refund or not. So in that case, I'm just telling that whenever any user is coming in, I'm just responding that you are eligible for a full refund immediately. So, and I'm also restricting that ensure the refund response follows company policy and do not make unauthorized guarantees. So do not make any blind guarantees without understanding the user query. So I'm just putting an instruction like that. And when the response is giving this, let's say again, it will do the assertion error. So these are few of the areas where we can literally use instructor in order to prevent the response not just in a intended format, but also in a intended emotions. So all these can be possible with the help of instructor libraries. And also, like there is also another one of the key use cases we literally have in order to not expose the PI information to the public, the personal identity information. In that case, whenever a customer is getting onboarded into your application, they really want something like to ensure their customers' data not to be exposed or not to be available for the public. So they need to mask all the PA information, and we have a common a class that can get all those PI information, but we need to identify the PI information, right? So how can we do that from the normal text? So with the help of instructor, as you see here. So this is the example document I am just giving. Email, phone number, and credit card, and all those secrets. And I just want to fed this to be processed in the in our execution, and this is the PA information I have got out of that given document. So I'm just getting the data in the form of JSON. So with the help of a constructor, like with the help of a class, a PA data instruction extraction, and this will take all those again in the similar parameter, and I'm just extracting the data and I'm just making a JSON out of it, and I'm just using this as a normal Pythonic function to like whenever the key is matching with the content in that respective text, I can have a mask around that. I will be having something similar to this, like email, or you can also place start starter wherever you need. So these are some of the important features that is supported by instructor. And also you have a similar use case called getting the citation out of the documents you have uploaded. Like you have to show the proof whether that particular information is available in the document whichever you have uploaded. So in order to get those data as a reference to the user's input, so you can also literally use a citation kind of thing. So here I'm just again using a question answer, and I'm just validating the source, and again it is taking the fact. It's again a subclass, just a Python class, and having a validation functions, and getting a larger sentence, and getting a like a substring out of that using getSpan function. And here I'm just using iterables in order to yield the entire string word by word, or like a token by token. So in this case I'm just explicitly passing question answer as the response model, and with the information I'm giving, this is the question, what did the author of do during the college. So there are many college related information here, so it will give us the answers that has a very maximum similarity with the citations from the information that we have given. So all these are some of the key features that can potentially be addressed with the help of instructor. And another thing you might have noticed here is I haven't changed any of those functions whenever I was retrieving. So I'm just keeping the same as you see here. I'm just manipulating the like validation model here and there. Here I'm having PA data extraction, and here I'm having this question answer class, and in above code we are just making the changes to the classes that we have used, but the entire like wrapper is common for all of the LLMs and all of the models. And by that way, like it is having a multi LLM support. So even if you're like, let's say you are building a product that supports LLM of all available providers, So in that case, the user wants to switch between LLMs in order to get the how to understand the data. Okay, how each of the LLM is performing on the similar data. So in that case, you have a way to switch. So we can easily do that with the help of instructor. This is one of the another feature of instructor, where you will be having this entire as you see here, like I'm just having it in a very design patterned way, but I'm having a dedicated class for Olama and Grok and Mistral, and I have an LLM factory. By just specifying the model, I can get the respective function, and I'm just yielding the results out of it. And I can easily switch between the models to get the same results as intended. But here I'm just quite having a very limited data, so it will always respond the same. So these are some of the key features here, and we can also see one of the real-time use cases, right? So I hope like a few have asked a question like, how can we avoid exposing the customers' data to the public internet? So by using the LLM models directly, like OpenAI or Anthropic, when we hit that LLM model, the data has been fed to the LLM, and at some point in time, they can make it useful for the training. But to limit that, we can go with some managed services. Like for OpenAI, you have Azure OpenAI service, and you have something like Bedrock, AWS Bedrock. So they will ensure all those kind of GDPR compliances, all those compliances aspects. So by that, you can be more reliable in order to leverage the customers' data. So if you are supporting some fintech or some banking applications, so all those are quite sensitive. So you can go with that approach and have a hit on the LLM. So that is also be possible. And as you see here, and I would like to address one of the use cases that we potentially have, and we also have several use cases that could be addressed by Bala later. And the first one is the incident management, and I'm having a category like where the user's input can be categorized into these four categories. One is network issue, security breach, and hardware failure and software bug. And also I can specify the severity of that incident, and I will also get the resolution steps. Currently I'm not feeding any data that could be used as a source of information to provide the resolution steps. So it will just generally give the resolution steps from the LLM. But we can also limit that. Let's say you have a customer supporting company. Let's say you have a historical tickets, and all those historical tickets that have been resolved by giving some solutions. So you can get the information out of that um, with the help of comments that has been involved in those tickets, how they have resolved each of the tickets, and you can categorize all those tickets into the categories that you support in the customer support, and you can do so. That will act as a data source for the LLM to give a very productive resolution steps, so that a user can easily follow those steps to address their queries. But here I'm not feeding any of such, but I'm just getting the all those classes in the form of incident report, and I'm passing this incident report as one data model, and this is used as you see here. So it will give us the first resolution steps. Check the physical, like the query is our office internet is down, we can't access any online services, please investigate. And the steps to address this is like check the physical connection, restart the router, contact your internal service provider, and it is giving some steps to be followed. And it will also categorize what the issue is and the conference like of that category, and how severe is it. So all these can be addressed. And I also have some unauthorized what to say unauthorized access to database, and it is categorized into security breach and few steps to be followed in order to mitigate this issue. And the severity is critical. And similar to the incident management, we also have an airline support use case. So here I'm just again specifying a set of key value pairs that is potentially be a reason um, for the delay of the flight. And like all those explanation on the data response model I've given here. And so I've just fed as a validation model to this. And when I'm just giving the passenger query as due to technical issue. So my flight from New York to London was delayed by 4 hours due to due to some technical issue. Okay, so I'm eligible for compensation. So this is what the passenger query is. And as you see here, when I run this, it will give us, okay, so technical issue may be some eligible scenarios for the compensation. But what if I give my personal issue, right? So in this case, it will give us the flight was delayed due to a personal issue from passenger side, so you cannot process the compensation here. So all those are some of the use cases where you can potentially use instructor. And Bala can take over the rest of the slides by showing some other use cases that could be used with the help of instructor.
Okay, I'm audible now. So whatever Farook has shown, right? So what is takeaway from that? Okay, so we can easily control the LLM output, and it can reduce the complexity of integrating the agent-to-agent communication, human in loop, and multi-agent RAG. Those things we can implement in easiest way using the instructor. Those kind of structured data extractions. Okay, there is another use case. Okay, how many of using UPI payments and digital payments nowadays, right? You don't know how much you're spending monthly. Okay, if you want to track it, but you have a bunch of bills, you don't have time to enter into any system or expense tracker how much you can take. And then another use case, maybe you can think about the organization. If they want to track the expense tracker in autonomous way, we want to build some agent, how we can build it. Okay, those things also in the easiest way through this structured data. Okay, if you are seeing I'm passing a bill, it may be image, it may be an image. Okay, so I'm mentioning some schema for that. Through the instructor, I'm passing it to the LLM, and I'm generating some raw input. Okay, so raw output, then I'm extracting the record data, I'm saving it in some external system like database, or passing it to the API. For real-time use case, right, I'm showing some images taken from Google. So this is a sample image from Google. I have taken it. So if I want to process this one, so this is the data actually generated from LLM. So it is not usable. Maybe human can understand, but system cannot understand. So we need a machine readable format. Here I have mentioned what are the data record for me, what are the name and price of quantity on that bill, and I want which store and how many items, then what is the total price and what is the payment mode happened on that bill. Here I'm using instructor. I'm passing same image here as well. So I have extracted the data from the image, so from the bill, same bill. So if you want to do it for another bill, so this is also I have taken from the bill. So easy. So as much as bill we can process if we build this kind of agents. Then there is another use case. So okay, think about it. So if you are providing some car service, or if you purchased new mobile, or any new purchase, or any last vacation booked hotels, so there will be a feedback call received from customer support. So how you rate yourself about their service, or their accommodations they have provided. So if you are providing some feedback through the oral conversations, but they need to enter into some system as a manual effort. So if you want to automate it, okay, we can convert those audio files into transcripts, or we can some of the models supporting the directly passing the audio files as well. That's also possible. Okay, so we can convert those transcripts, and we are passing it to the instructor, and we are defining the schema, and also we are passing through LLM and extracting data, and we are saving it to our SQL database. Okay. So here I have given three set of feedback: mixed feedback, negative feedback, then positive feedback. Okay, I want to insert it into my system. Here I have given schema for that with the actual descriptions. So I'm running instructor to generate the structured data based on the given feedback. I'm storing to the DB. So these are the data I have inserted through the oral conversations. So this way we can create survey forms and feedback form in an autonomous way. So those are two real-time use cases that we can achieve it with instructor in the easiest way. So to reduce the complexities. So as like financial reporting and legal documentation, and also for a dashboard and analytics for the real-time updates. Impact of unstructured data, increased error rates, and manual post-processing, like she said, right, some manual effort required. So structured data, we can automate a lot of use cases in easiest way. And it's in the self-decision making, and we can utilize the real power of the LLM brains. And the limitation of structured data, potentially it may have some performance impact on comparing with unstructured data, and complexity in prompt engineering, and implemented overhead, some additional engineering required. So in a prompt, you can, without much technical knowledge, you can control over the prompt. But if you want to implement the structured data, some engineering effect required here. That's about the session. Anybody have any questions? So hallucination is possible, but we have a retry mechanism. So it will. We also have assessment mechanism. If something, okay, maybe has given some this airline use case, right? Some assertion can be made, and it will try to retry and expected output until it will have a max 2 or 3 retries. It will try to retrieve the exact output. It can be reduced.
I've got a quick confirmation on this. So let's say the instructor, I'm able to understand that it has a lot of options, but when it comes to response, right? So we have got this OpenAI, which is also offering this response format that gives the structured response. I feel the difference between that and this is it is applicable only for OpenAI under specific models, whereas this instructor can be applied for a range of LLMs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a main use case here because in market there are a lot of vision models and open source models, and we can run it with CPU also. Some of the models are available. If you want to increase the accuracy with the lower level models, the instructor will help you.
Hi. Actually, as per my understanding, instructor is a type of framework. Am I right? Like, what's the difference between LangChain, LangGraph, and instructor? What's the key difference?
Actually, LangChain, LangGraph, Llama Index, those are workflow and RAG implementation frameworks. So that will help you to implement and access basic level of implementation of RAG. Instructor is like how we can define the expected output. So it is another top layer of on LangChain and LangGraph. So even the LangChain and LangGraph provide the structured output parser. So in that within the framework, but it will support for across the different models. So it's a different kind of idea.
Thank you.
Pointed to your question on top of what OpenAI is providing, and it is an extension of all the models you said, right? So OpenAI using the response format, we just gonna restrict the keys alone, like it could be any keys. Okay, so if the keys is manipulated, it could be possible. But using instructor with OpenAI as well, we can restrict the keys as well. So as I told one of the use cases where instead of content I have passed text, right? Like to manipulate from content to text can be possible in OpenAI response format, but that is impossible with the help of instructor. So that is restricted here, and also we can also restrict the content as well. Like one of the guys said, like the hallucination, we can reduce that to an extent. Yes. Like the user input. So if it is giving higher precision to the user input, let's say user may give some strong words to take their inputs to override the system prompt. If that is the case, it happens. Yeah. Any more questions? So thank you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Farook and Bala. Yeah. So as per our agenda, the second half of our TAICONNECT would be workshop. So as you all aware, like we're having 2 workshops which you have registered before to prefer basic or advanced. So we'll just go for a quick lunch and try to be back around like 2:30 so that we'll be on time to make use of the workshop whole time. Okay. Before that, as a part of our goodie, we have a small luggage tag which you collect from us and can have your lunch. Lunch is available in the pantry. The general requisite, because we couldn't email you regarding the basic and the advanced earlier, so we consolidated the requisite which applies for both for advanced and the basic one. Yeah. So we try to be back here by 2:30 so that we can kickstart our workshop session. Sudha has a small goodie, so please collect from her and you can have the lunch in the pantry. If the pantry space is not sufficient, you can use this area to have your lunch. Last 3 rows you can use for lunch, since this one we are occupied. If you feel the pantry area is full.
to identify multiple things on that regarding to multi-tool functional calling and how the inference engine you can utilize on that, and much more things you can learn on that, including secure LLM guardrails also. So we have included that also in the topic. So it will be useful. We will be having more interactive session on that with hands-on sessions also. We have prepared that. So come and join with us. We can make it interactive session, and we can code on that and bring a small chat bot, and you can chat on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad. So before kickstarting with our workshop, we'll be having a small icebreaker, a Q&A kind of thing, where we'll be displaying a QR code, which will redirect you to a quiz page. For each question, we'll have a leaderboard that based upon the timing and the correct answers that you give, you will be ranked. So at the end of the session, whoever like top 3 would get the prizes. So with that, we'll just move to our workshop. Answer on a general query which we got while we initiated the TAICONNECT session. Since we said we'll organize workshop, and there were a lot of queries like, will the certificate be issued? Yes, we issue certificate on completion of your workshop, which will be an e-certificate one. You could share this on your social media sites or your tech platform, and yeah. So, shall we start with the icebreaker? It's a small and a basic questions will be given. So, each question has like a 10 seconds. So, it depends upon the correct answer that you give and the time taken for you to give the correct answer. So, depending upon that, you'll be placed in the leaderboard. End of each question, you'll know who ranks in the leaderboard. And on completion of the whole quiz, the first 3 people who answers correct would be given gifts. I request everyone to come forward, because after this we will be moving to different venue for workshop, so that we can come closer, finish off the icebreaker, and then we can kickstart with the workshop. Is it clear about the icebreaker session? Yeah. If everyone scans and it's done, we can kickstart with an icebreaker. So it's a normal like a Q&A kind of thing, where each question will be given with the 10 seconds to answer. The leaderboard it is based on the time that you've taken to answer the correct one. If everyone gives a hands up, like, we can start with the icebreaker. Shall we start? Yeah. It's so like I think everyone is ready for some nap. We'll just kickstart with some enthusiasm so that we can go to the workshop. No, like our volunteers are very much excited to have a hands-on session with you guys. Can we start? Thank you. Yeah, your first question. Yeah, so OpenAI is the answer. We'll see who leads in the leaderboard. So it's Anikin. Okay. We'll go to the next question. Which model did Google release as a competitor to GPT-4? Yeah. So it's Gemini 1.5. Yeah. The third question. What is the primary purpose of OpenAI's DALL-E model? So the answer is image generation. So as I said before, the leaderboard is based on the time you taken to answer the correct one. So the quicker you answer, you have still opportunity to be on the top of the leaderboard. So the next question, when was DeepSeek R1 officially released? The latest AI trends, right? Everyone is about DeepSeek. The next question, it's a Pictionary one. So guess the logo. The next question. So it's a kind of a connection one. You need to like type by yourselves. So very few answered, I guess. So it's Mama Queen who is first. Guess the correct DeepSeek logo. I think it's pretty simple, I guess. So the faster you answer, you'll be on the top of the leaderboard. It gets changed to every question, so we cannot guess like who will be the first at the end of the quiz. So the last 3 questions of the quiz. It's our day-to-day thing, right? It's like a part of our living. The 9th question. So the last question of the quiz, which might change the whole board. So we have double points for that. So the faster you answer, you have chance to win the slot. So I'm excited to see like who is leading in the leaderboard. So it's Selva Prasad in the third place. Who is NP? Who is NP? Great. And Vipin, yeah. So you were like registered last minute, I guess. He was interested and he mailed once the registration got closed. He wanted to network and yeah. Congratulations to all three. I request Sudha to give away the prizes, please. So for the third place, Selva Prasad. Congratulations, Selva Prasad. So it might be like few milliseconds that you missed to give the correct answers. Yeah. NP. NP stands for Nitya Prakash. Okay. Congrats, NP. Yeah, and the first place, Vipin. Yeah. Give him a, yeah. Thanks to everyone who actively participated. And now it's workshop time. So I think you all remember the workshop you preferred. So we have two workshops. One is basic and another is advanced. So the thing is like those who have opted for basic workshop will be having a different venue, which is in 7th floor. So once you wait in the outside, like Sudha will guide you for the venue. I'll just, to make sure, I'll just list out the names so that it will be easy for you to also confirm to which workshop you belongs to. So I'll just read alone those who are opted basic workshop. For the advanced workshop, we'll be remaining here and we'll kickstart it. So it's Mohammed Khalid. Okay. Can you please come forward and like if you all wait outside, like volunteers will help you to reach the venue workshop. Yeah. Alangendran. Aragendran. Okay. Bhavya Aparna. Bhavya, you're here. Okay. Ashwini. Okay. Ashwini is there. Bhavya is there. Ritesh. Okay. Karthikeyan. Gokul Krishna. Gautam. Jenny. Jenny. Jenny is not there, right? Narayanan. Okay. Lakshita. Okay. You like the names I have mentioned. You can wait in the reception area. Once all these names are confirmed, you can go to the 7th floor venue and we'll kickstart with the workshop. Surya. Surya. No. Manika Vasagam. Manika Vasagam. Okay. Manoj Mohan. Okay. Mohit. Mohit. Okay. Nitya Prakash. NP. Nivedita. Okay. Rahul. Rajalakshmi. Okay. Rakshana. Rakshana is not there, right? No. Ravi. Okay. Ilamaran. Raghunathan. Okay. Nitin Kumar. Jeron. Jeron. Asara. Asara. Reva. Reva. To the rest who opted advanced, I'll just make sure like if you all here, so just raise your hand like if you're here, so that we just make a note which will be useful for generating certificate. Adarsh. Okay. Gurudev. Gurudev. I'll strike. Harish Ram. Harish. Harish Ram. No. Inba Tamilan. Okay. Jalaluddin Ahmed. Okay. Karthik. Kamakshi. இதில் ஸ்ட்ரைக் பண்ணிக்கோங்கண்ணா. மகாலட்சுமி. ஓகே. ஜெய் கணேஷ். ஓகே. மந்தாகினி. ஓகே. மனோஜ் குமார். Manoj, okay, you can strike Kamakshi. Ramachandran, okay. Sathish Kumar. Selva Prasad, okay. Sriram. Sriram, illa. Sudarshan. Sudarshan. Shweta Devi. Shweta illa. Sudarshan illa. Manikanda Rajan. Manikanda Rajan. Neetika. Oh, sorry. Manikanda Rajan. Neetika. Okay. Neetika. Madan. Vipin. Okay. Chandru. Sorry. Okay. Your name? Okay. Okay. Rahul. Okay. Vatsav. Okay. Kumar. Okay. Manoj Kumar. Manoj Kumar. No. Tarsis. So thank you so much. So we'll kickstart with the workshop. Sathish. I'll just check if Harish Ram is here. No, right? Illa.
Check. Yeah, team. Good afternoon. I hope you are enjoying the session. So let's quickly start. So before going into it, like we just need to confirm, like, are you guys have been done with the pre-request, or anyone yet to do it? Can I do it? Okay. So whoever want to do the pre-request, like our team members will help you. So you don't hesitate to call them. Like they will guide us. So I just give an overview, like what are the prerequisites we required. So we just going to use couple of providers, like one will be open source and another will be the paid one. The open source is nothing but the Grok, and the paid one is OpenAI. So we just need to have the keys for the both of the providers. And to up the application, we require the Docker. So we have the Docker image that will be provided to you guys, and you just up the Docker. So our application will be up and running.
you can access the UI with itself. So this is the document which is earliest they have shared to you guys. So it has the entire steps to generate the keys and to for the installation steps. Yep. Yeah, so meanwhile, like we can start the session. So today we're going to see about like AI powered healthcare, like a smarter patient management and diagnosis. We have the session, like we have the schema for it, like introduction, the flow discussion, how the application is going to work and what is the business case which we're going to deal. And we have the code walkthrough where we can have the entire step-by-step process via code itself. And we have answer session, like the initial session will be like the provided system itself. You're going to work along with us, like you're going to generate your own custom function, and I'm going to do some kind of prompt engineering and change the application flow. So before starting session, like we can just discuss about like what is function calling or function tool calling. So here we are going to try to get a response from the LLM, not only the text based generation, but beyond that, like we're going to use some kind of an external function to act as a brain for our LLM, and it is going to provide the response. So like a general LLM call is like it is going to be a very simple, like we will have the context, we provide the context and query to the LLM, and we're going to get the response as a generated text. But here we're going to do, like we're going to interact with our custom function, like it may be an external API call, or it going to be any kind of a own functionality that will work as a backbone for our LLM, and the logical part will be handled there itself, and those response also will be fed to the LLM again, and it is going to provide the response. So yep. So what are the benefits of using function to calling when we compare it to the LLMs? Like we have a automated decision making, because when we go for a normal or plain vanilla LLM cases, like we need to feed entire instruction to the in the prompt via itself. Like we need to build a huge prompt, and we need to give all the step-by-step process. But here, like the decision making will be taken over by LLM itself. So that was one of the main advantage which we can see. And structure and reliable outputs. So whenever we go for the normal flow, LLM flow, even though if you expected a response in a JSON, it is going to provide this a stringified JSON. So but if you have any detail or the structured way for the output, like function calling is going to help us. And dynamic data handling, since the each custom function is going to act independently, so you can able to dynamically feed the data and retrieve the data. And seamless API integration, like implementing the function calling, you just gonna to change the logical part of the function, not the entire API section or the entire application flow section. So and multi-step automation as well, as because it is not going to support only a single function, it is going to support the multi functions, so which is going to be mentioned, like multiple combinations of flow can be implemented. So error handling, so whenever we have the logical flow or a plain vanilla flow, right, whenever if it is breaks due to, it may be any reason, it may be a network error or it may be a logical error, it's going to break the entire application at the same step. But implementing this kind of solution will help us to or protect us from breaking the entire application, even though if it is fails any logical way, it's going to provide the generative response, like explaining the error in a business logic, not the raw tech error code or error message. It is going to explain the error related to the business. So that will be a more efficient way, like it is going to it's preventing us from the bad impression of the application. And then like improved performance and chaining and memory, which means nothing like the function, because like when we go for the normal LLM call, like it's whenever you have the huge instruction, it is going to think a lot. So instead of 5-second response, it's going to take 8 to 10 seconds of a response. But here the entire logical part, the function calling is going to take over, and you guys going to provide the logic. So obviously the performance going to be improved, and we can able to easily maintain the memory management, because whenever we have the professional level application or the production level application, memory plays a major role, and this function calling, like a separate function can be also introduced to maintain the entire memory, and our LLM able to know like what is previously happened. So in our application we just going to implement the chat history as a small portion of it, and it is going to maintain it. So better monitoring and debugging. So again, like if you want to implement any ML ops or LLM ops kind of scenario for monitoring and for also debugging, we can able to implement the logic and the customized function in it. So let's take an example like how really this function to call can be useful in a production level or the enterprise level application. Take an example like of an Ola or Uber. So where they're gonna to have like driver will be there, and then they need to pick up the customer, and assume like there is a scenario like driver need to add the fuel for the car, and at the end they're going to end the ride. So this was the entire application. But if they want to change the flow, then they need to again sit and change the each and every function. But while implementing the function tool calling, all the application flow can be controlled via prompt itself. For example, in first scenario we see like fuel injection is the second step. After picking up the customer, we just injecting the fuel. But here the scenario is like initially if you fill the fuel, and then if you want to pick up the customer and then close the ride. So at any point, at the any time, like we can able to change the entire flow of the application without the major changes. Just a prompt change can be happen. Yep. So coming point to our application, like how we implemented function calling, and how we can transform the patient management in a real world scenario. Like we just trying to smoothen the process of patient appointment booking here. So our main ultimate goal is no shows. So maybe like in a US market or the healthcare market, if you see like the patient will book the appointment, but they may disappear. So if a doctor have the 6 slot per day, if a 3 customer already booked that appointment, but they didn't show it up, like 3 hours or the 3 appointments, or like it's going to miss for the doctors, and it was a waste of time. So here the AI gonna to help them based upon the previous history. It's gonna to remember and make a decision like which time need to be recommended, and reducing the chance of missing it. So like the concept is like how we going to is like we're going to do the fetch patient history. It will be a separate function. Like going forward we can able to see, and we're going to predict the no show. Like here we just implement the prompt way, but in a future if you want to introduce a machine learning model or a separate micro management system, there we can able to easily integrate those kind of stuff as well. And then we going to, based upon the AI recommendation, we're going to schedule the appointment, and we're going to send, once the successful appointment booking, we want to send an email notification to the patient for the time and the booking slot. Yep. So as we mentioned, the scope is like no show prediction, seamless booking of the appointments, and scalable diagnosis and patient management. So yep. So Kumaran will be explaining the flow and how the function calling works.
Yeah, so thank you, Sathish, for starting this workshop. So, like as Sathish said, like in this workshop, we are going to see like how voice-based assistance works, and for this workshop, like this is a workflow that we have designed. So here we can see the user is the customer, who is a patient who is trying to take a doctor's help to book an appointment. So in this workshop, like you will be having a user interface where the user can able to chat with the bot using the voice. And so in order to get into the workflow, like once if you give the inputs, in a voice, it will be converted into a text that will be carried forward in the front end. And once the converted text is been will be passed to the LLM. So to the LLM, LLM have the knowledge, what are the tools that he can able to access. So with the help of that tools, based on the documents that the tool can able to access, LLM can able to respond to the user, whether the user is being he has been interacted with the he's been booked with the appointment or not. And yeah, so once the LLM has the knowledge, he will LLM will try to check whether to the user input he has to need call any tools or not. So this check will be happen or every time when the user tries to interact with the application. So if the user if the LLM finds out any tool has to be called, then the respective tools will be executed. So once all the tools has been executed, that response will be collected and sent back to the LLM. So here the LLM will with the existing conversation history and with the current tool outputs, it will try to check whether any extra tools need to be called or not. So if there is no tools involved here, then the LLM will try to respond to the user in the form of text, and that text is being converted into a voice, and that voice is being sent to the user interface. So this is the workflow that we have designed, and then we have the application workflow. So here the user will try to ask a question to the to our LLM. So say suppose if you are chatting with the LLM with just a greeting message, means it will try to respond to that. And if your prompt is regarding with any doctor appointment, then it will try to request what kind of issue, what kind of health issue that you are facing. And so once that has been sent to the LLM, the user, the LLM will try to identify whether the user is already been part of our application. So user will ask, the LLM will ask for the health, what kind of issue that you are facing, and also the user will be asked with the details like a mobile number. So and once that has been verified, then the user will actually share the symptoms the symptoms that user is trying to face. And once symptoms have been shared to the LLM, and so it will try to fetch so based on the history to which doctor he has frequently been get appointment, so to that doctor it will try to get a slot. And also the LLM will suggest what are the slots that currently the doctor has. So based on the user confirmation, on which time he needs to book an appointment, so user will confirm that as an another prompt. And next based on that, LLM will book an appointment, and then a confirmation mail will be sent to the actual doctor. So this is a application flow that we have designed. And so this is the tool structure that we have. So when we try to send all the tools to the LLM, we need to follow some structure. Like OpenAI and Anthropic, they have different kind of structure. So in our session, we are going to use Grok and OpenAI. So for the OpenAI, this is the structure that they are following. So here you have the function name, and what is the description for that, and we have all the arguments that the function that accepts. So once these have been provided, and we need to follow, we have some more additional properties. And so once it is passed, LLM will try to identify what are the functions that actually we have, based on the user input, it will try to pick that tool and it will try to respond to that user. So this is the tool structure, and yeah, so let's have a code walkthrough on this. So in order to have the code, I'll be sharing this. Yeah, so this is a GitHub link that we have. You can just scan this and you will can download that. So we have a README file, what are the steps that how to run the application. So you can just follow that, and if you face any issue, we have volunteers. We are you can just ask them if you face any issue.
Yep. Thanks, Kumaran. Yeah, team. So as Kumaran mentioned, like tools plays a major role. Meanwhile, like you can clone the repo. Like our team will help you to up the Docker. So before that, like we will have a code walkthrough as well. So as Kumaran mentioned, like tools also plays a major role. Like that will be the difference between the normal LLM call and the function calling. Here we will have the list of function, and from the function we're going to collect some kind of metadata in the format which Kumaran explained. And we will have here it's a single function example. Likewise, we will have multi functions as well, and we're going to pass all this metadata to the LLM to choose, like LLM to predict like which function need to run, and it's going to provide the response as well. So please let me know like once you clone the code. Is it visible? The code is visible from that place? Yeah. Yep. Let us start. So here, like we use the backend and front end. So first we will cover up the backend, and then we will move on to the front end part. So in the backend, like we use the fast API. Since it's a API service, like we choose fast API for the lightweight. So here we can see like two endpoints there. One is going to be chatbot and one is embedding. So first we will cover the chatbot session. So in a chatbot, like we can able to see like a create item, right? So where we have the patient flow. So the reason which we have the if else condition here. So because now we implement the patient flow here, but in the future if you want to implement any doctor flow or admin flow, you just put an else condition and introduce a new class. It's going to adapt the feature. So now I'm just going to get 4 input from the user. So like a user type, whether he's a patient, doctor or admin, and then the provider. So from a UI we're going to have a config like whether which model I can go with, like OpenAI, Grok, or suppose if you want to Anthropic, we can able to adapt it. And the user query, nothing but the question from the user, and the conversation history. So this is the part like memory management also we will be using it. So LLM knows like what previously happened. So now I'm just going to navigate to the patient flow. So the same data we have, and we can able to see the patient data. So patient data is nothing but we just generated a dummy data. So let me show the data as well. Yep, you can see like this was the dummy data which we have created. So patient ID, patient name, and mobile number for verification, and the processing date, which is nothing but the previous history. So if you see like date is about last year, some different months, and this is the appointment date. So what is the processing date and what is the appointment date? Appointment date is the date which is going to meet the doctor, and appointment time, and is no show or not. If it is yes means he booked the appointment but disappears at the time. So for patient email, I just put my email for the entire system, but you can able to edit and change it. So if you see like the patient ID 101 is keeps on repeating, right? So which means like it's a history for the particular person, and we just have the yes or no, like couple of time slot for no show, and couple of time for like is appeared for the appointment. So based upon this data, our LLM need to predict. So we just generated a data like this. So so once we initiate all the variables, like we have the tool constructor. So the tool constructor nothing but like as we seen initially, there is a structure for metadata which we need to pass to the LLMs. Like it vary upon the providers. So Grok will have a different structure. OpenAI will have the same structure, but the key name will be different, or some extra parameters will be there, and each provider have its own kind of structure. So here, instead of hard coding it, like we have the tool constructor, which is going to dynamically fetch the tool informations, like function informations, and it's going to construct the entire list for us. So for before proceeding with the tool constructor, I just want to explain the custom function, like how can we generate the functions. So if you see like here I have like is existing user. Suppose if I want to predict like or I need to identify whether the user is an existing user or a new user. So if you see like this is a function, and each provider will have a different types. For example, if you go for Llama index or LangChain, like they will have a doc string in the function, which is going to tell the LLM what is the purpose of that function. So when I need to use that function. The same way, here we just created our own functionality like scope. So scope is nothing but to filter out the functions. So in for example, if I have hundreds and hundreds of functions, I no need to pass the entire whole set of the function to the LLM. So we have a different flows, right? So what are the function related to the particular flow? I just need to filter out. For that purpose, we have used the scope. So I just keep the name like a scope underscore patient. And function description, this plays a major role because it's going to represent like why this function and what is the purpose of the function. So whenever the LLM going to come, the LLM going to read this descriptions and not going to choose which function I need to execute. So this is based upon the parameter. For example, in existing user, we just collecting the mobile number as one of the parameter. So I just going to generate like mobile number underscore description, which is in that we need to explain like what is this parameter is used for and how it's going to play. And then it's our custom logic, like we going to play our own logic and going to get the response. So that is the entire purpose of the custom function. Yep. So how we collecting the metadata? So as we seen in the PPT, like this is the entire structure, like type function, function name. But if you see here, like we are dynamically generating it. So using the AST library, like a syntax tree library, like abstract syntax tree library, we are used to generate it. So first we can go for the main function. Each class will have the main function, which is going to the initiator of the class. So now in the main function, we can see the tool constructor. So I'm just, it's above function. Like the first part is going to get the function list. So which is nothing but we can see that entire custom function file. So we just importing it as the same like function, custom function as functions. I'm just like alias word I just put in here. So in that like using the inspect library, it's a default Python library. We no need to give a pip install or the external installation. So we just gonna to inspect and get members, which means in a particular file, what are the function I have? I just need to get the function name and the function object. So we use the inspect.get member and just passing the function, and inspect is function. If it is function, then it's going to pull out that function name and the object. And if once it gets the object, like we need to get the source. Source is nothing but the entire context inside the function. So inside the function, I'm just gonna in operator, it kind of a regex pattern matching. Like I'm just gonna to search for scope underscore user type. User type is nothing but here the patient. In future, if you have the different user type, it is going to adapt it. So here the scenario will be scope underscore patient. If you see in our custom function, there also it will have the same scope as a patient, like scope underscore patient. So which is going to filter out among that, if you have 100 functions, it's going to filter out only the scope underscore patient functions. And we have the list of functions here, and I'm just going to loop through for the each function and pass that function to extract function metadata. So this was our brain function for the tool constructor. So what it is going to do is it's going to navigate and the loop through inside the function and going to pick all the descriptions. So first is nothing but the inspect.getSource, the function, which means like the source of the function is given, and we just parsing to the AST library, which is going to split the tree structure. Like using the AST, we can able to go line by line inside the each function. So we just initiating some variables, and then like in a tree, like we AST walk is nothing but like line by line loop throughs. So for it is go by each node by node. So we gonna to see is assigned or not. Like if it is like AST.assign means is there any variable as assigned with some value or not. If it is assigned, it is going to pick it as and it will as a target. Inside the target, like we will go node by node. So for example, let me go for custom function. So first it is going to pick this function, and this function will be given input to the extract function, and it's going to read line by line. And if you see the scope equal to, which means this variable is assigned with some value. So it is going to pick only the scope, function description, symptoms description, and doctor list, because these are the variables which have the assigned value. Yep. So once it picks up the assigned nodes, it's going to check whether the variable name is function underscore description or not. So we give the same name in our function. So if it is matched, what is the value assigned for that variable will be picked up, and it is stored as a function description. And if you see like variable name ends with underscore description, the reason which we have ends with this because like in this function we will do like symptoms underscore description, which means symptoms is the parameter which we have passed. So if we have a couple of parameters which is our arguments which we are passing, like we need to take that exact name and put underscore description, and in the tool constructor, like we will be removing, like replacing that underscore description with the empty value, which means we will get the exact argument name, because we need there's a restriction, like in each tool list we need to send the exact name of the parameters to the provider. Then only they know which parameters plays and what role, because in how the application or the flow is going to work is, for example, I just mentioned the mobile number as the one of the argument which I'm going to pass. So if it is a mobile number, if it is in the conversation history, it is going to pick that mobile number and execute the function. If the mobile number not in the history, it's going to triage with the user, like asking like, hey, tell me your mobile number. Unless until user provides the mobile number, it's going to loop through that place itself. So it need to exactly know what is the argument name and what is the purpose of the argument. So it will act according to it. So once we collected all those stuff, it's just a dictionary comprehension. Like we have the type string and the description. If how many set of params if I have, that going to loop through and it will generate a list of dictionary. And then we just replace with the generated param properties with the old dictionary, like kind of an entire metadata. So now at the final we can able to see a list of dictionary will be generated. So this is for the particularly for Grok structure we have did it. Suppose if you use any OpenAI, like OpenAI will have extra 2 params, so that is what we added, because OpenAI supports some additional parameter like custom parameters we can able to add. If we give false, it's not going to do the I think it's going to ignore. If you provide a true, you can able to add some extra params as a one more dictionary inside it, and we can able to use it. And then this is like strict function is true, definitely it is going to use this function, and we're going to return the function metadata. So it's a whole list of dictionary. So here also we have like 3 types of functions, function calling. Like here we are going to use auto method. Auto method is nothing but if you have an 10 functions, LLM going to choose automatically which function need to be called. There is another option called force functions. Force function is nothing but if you have 10 functions also, always you need to use the particular one single function. In those scenario we will use force function. and we have required function. Required function means if you have a 10 function, but 2 among the 10 is required for the process, means we will be denoting separately as a required function. So this was the tool constructor part from process. So once the tool constructor is done, the LLM trigger, like the function calling trigger, will be happening. So that will be explained by Kumaran. So he will be guide us.
Yeah. So to just reiterate to where we are, we are just gathering all the tools in order to have a external knowledge for the LLM. So that's where we are now. So now till now, we have collected enough tools that we currently have in the custom functions. So next stage is based on the user input, we need to pass this tool to the LLM, and we need to pass the query and what is the provider that we choose in the user interface, and we are going to pass the conversation history. So here we can see this LLM trigger is a class where we have all these arguments. So now let's get into that LLM trigger class. So this is a class that we have, and in the main function, we are just checking what kind of provider that we choose. So based on that, it will try to call the respective function, and here we are just trying to construct the prompt that to know for the LLM. So in this prompt constructor, we are just passing the user query and the conversation history. So when you get into that class, here, this is the prompt maker function we have, and this is a system prompt that we have, how the LLM should act. So it will follow all these instruction, and based on that only it will try to respond. And if you come down, after gathering all the instruction, here we have the user query and the conversation history. So once this is being constructed, this text will be captured in this variable. And next we have the message constructor. So in this message constructor, we are initiating the conversation with system prompt, basic system prompt, you are a helpful assistant bot, and following that we are having the user message, whatever the variable that has all the user query and the conversation history, all will be collected in a single string, and that string is placed in this prompt. So now if we see the message array, we will be having only two messages. One is the system message, and the next is the user message. So yeah, next we have this while loop. So in order to reiterate, if you go to this workflow, here this is a loop that we are seeing in the code. It will be keep on checking whether all the necessary tools is being called or not. So that is the condition that we have here. So once till all the tools is been identified, and if there is no extra tools need to be called, until that this loop will be up and running. So here, so this is the construction of our message. So here we can see that with the grok client. So since we have seen the grok, now to this we have some arguments, what kind of model that we are going to use, and we have the messages and the tools that we have constructed. And then we are mentioning the tool choice, whether it has to use the tools that what we have provided. So that, and then we have the token limitation, how many tokens it has to it has to respond. So those things, and the temperature, the accuracy, how accuracy the LLM should respond. So all these things we have been provided, and once it is ready, we will, in this response we'll be having the LLM response. So once we got the response, we are just checking in that LLM response object, is there any tool underscore calls. So if it is there, then we have to call the external tool. So so in the code level, we have just handle an if condition, if the tool calls is available, then we need to collect all the functions that we have. So if you go here, and as you've seen, this is a code that already I've seen, we need to inspect that custom function file. There we'll be collecting all the tools that is related to the patient. So here, this is using this user type, we will be getting all the tools that is related to the patient, and that has been returned to that to our code. Yeah. So once all the function is available, then we are constructing based on the LLM responded with this tool calls, it will respond with the own ID generated by the LLM, and the function name what we have set. So all these things will be written by the LLM. So we are just constructing that into a message, so once we have constructed this, this also will be fed to the LLM. So that's what we are trying to do. So once this has been constructed, then it's time to call all the tools in a loop. So here we'll be iterating the each tool call array, and here we'll be getting what are the arguments function has to be passed. So all the arguments will be fetched, and that is passed to this execute tool class. So here in the init, we will be initializing all the function name and the arguments and a list of available functions too. So here we will be fetching from the available functions. We will be getting what are the first function that we need to call, and once we are checking whether it is actually a function call or not, and once it is validated, then this is the function that actually we are going to call. So here it is a generic one, like this function to underscore call will be replaced with the actual function name, and this self dot function or whatever the arguments that function needs, that will be populated here. So once this function call is being happen, that response will return from this main function. So once we got the function response, we will be storing that in a variable. And in order to have knowledge what is the function output that actual tool has been written, so that also we have to provide that to the LLM. So then only LLM knows whatever the functions that have recommended, it's been called or not, and respective response is written or not. Based on this messages array, only the LLM try to identify that whether we can send the final response to the LLM, or else we need to call one more tool. So all if once all these been appended here, then again the loop will continue, and say suppose again we will be calling the grok line. So whatever the function tools and the response that we got, again that will be fed to the LLM. So in this case, if there is no tool calls object here means, then directly this will not be executed, and it will come to this else case. And here we have a check, it may sometimes it may return with this tag function tag, say suppose if it has exceeded the max token limit, it will not return the full response, right? In that case, it will just return this tag. So if this has been happen means we are giving one more try to the LLM to check any tool has to be called. So if there is no this tag, function tags is not available in the response, then we are concluding that all the tools has been identified, no more tool has to be executed. And then we are just collecting the final response, and this final response will be written from this main function. So at last we have this LLM provided response in the LLM response variable, and that has been passed to the front end, so as a text. So once the text is received with the front end, in the front end, we have a voice converter, based on the text that we have, it will convert that into voice, and you will get the response in the voice. So this is the entire backend code that we have. So now Sathish, you can just explain through which framework we have built the front end. So Sathish, you can take forward.
Thanks, Kumaran. Let me share my screen. Yep. As Kumaran mentioned, we will have the looping inside the LLM, whether the tool function is there or not, it is going to identify. If it is not a tool function call, then it is directly going to send the response. If it is identified, if it is identified any tool function is there, it's going to execute that entire tool function, and then the response will be appended with the message, and the LLM trigger will be appended. So we will also quickly do an overview on top of the embedding part, because here, if you have any formatting of documents, it may be a PDF, it may be a text, or it may be any kind of a document, we're going to do a Q&A on top of it also. So what we're going to do, it's not a runtime file upload, but as a initial step itself, we will feed the data and store the embeddings in our vector DB. So in runtime, when you ask a question on top of the data, it is going to answer from it. So let's quickly see the part. So here we have the chunking and embedding part. Like we will have the PDF path, the model name, and all the required parameters. The path for the vector DB. So it has the initial params. So we have the folder called KB PDF, which is knowledge based PDF. So we have the hospital overview doctors PDF, which is nothing but like we generated from using a chat GPT. So it is going to have the visiting hours, any policy related to hospital, what and what are the specialization the hospital have, and who are all the doctors have been working in that hospital. So it's a general data we have, and this is the part which we do. So here we use LangChain library predominantly for chunking, embedding, and storing that data in a vector DB. So we have the PDF loader, which is nothing but we just use the directory loader here, like a py PDF loader. It is going to fetch all the PDF from the particular folder, and it is going to club all the entire data into a single chunk. And we have the document splitter here, which is nothing like we have different types of chunking strategy, and here we use a recursive character text splitter, and we do overlap as well, because we need to maintain the context continuation of the paragraph. So we use recursive character text splitter. So ideally like 10% of the chunk size will be our overlap. So we just randomly put this number, but if you do a hyperparameter tuning or a tuning like parameter analysis, like we can able to identify the ideal value. And this is the particular function, like all the chunk data will be stored in a particular directory. Like here we use ChromaDB. Like you can also play around with FIAS, or if you want to go with any knowledge based DB, like you can go for like graph based knowledge, you can go for Neo4j. Likewise we have some vector DBs. So this is the main function, which is will initialize entire thing, and at final like we will store all our data in the vector DB. So some of the guys have already up the application. If you are yet to apply the up the application, you just comment part, like we have the init file inside it. So you can see like embedding equal to, you just put or assign some dummy string here, because if you up this application, this is an open source model, like from Hugging Face we are downloading, which will around like 1.5 GB, so which will ruin your data. So if data is not a problem, you can just keep it. If data is a problem, then you just command this part and put some empty string in, so it will skip this downloading part. So this is our yep. Can you hear me? Yep. Yeah. So this is all about the backend part. So now we just will concentrate just a slide on the front end. Before that, like I just need to tell one more thing. Like in a data, like we have patient data, right? Here we just put my mail ID. You can replace your mail ID. So at last that email confirmation mail will comes to your account. So we just replace that mail ID. Yep. For front end, we just use the Streamlit. So we have the Streamlit main file here. So yeah. So we just imported all the necessary libraries like OS.json or the default library, and we use Streamlit float to control the voice message at the bottom of the page. So this is nothing but the CSS part, like we have the icons, and it's a page config, like this is our logo, and we have the image part as well. So this was the float in it, like this is to initialize the float value, because we just need to maintain some of the borders and the voice recording at the bottom of the page. So this will be useful for that. And this markdown is nothing but the width of the slide bar, like we have the slide bar in our UI. So to mention the slide bars, we have the some of the pixel values here. And this is the function like autoplay audio. which is nothing but this will give a voiceover for us. So when I give an voice input to our application, it need to speak with me, right? So this is the function which is going to help me. It's a default Streamlit part, like which is going to give a voiceover for our application. So this will be the URLs, like the backend URL will be there, like chatbot URL or embedding URL, and these are the just a config value, like directory values. So in slide bar, like we will have two options, like to select the drop down, whether who is the user which is using the application, and second is a provider, whether it is a Grok or OpenAI. In future, if you want to add any other service provider, you just add the value in it, it will show in a drop down. So we just initializing the message, like how can I help you today? So you can post your own customized message here. So this is the part which we commented as of now. So suppose if you don't want a voice bot, if you want to go with a normal flow, you just uncommand this part and command the with function here. So it will be a normal bot application. So this is the part which I mentioned, like footer container. So here the recording buttons, everything will be maintained in the footer part of the application. So inside, like this is the library, like st.audio input. This is the Streamlit library which is used to record our voice, and it will save the voice as an MP3 file. So this is the saving part. And speech to text, we just used whisper model. So we have OpenAI whisper, like it has both the stuff, like it has a OpenAI and as well as the open source model. As of now, we use the open source model. So this was the model, and the language is an EN, so it supports EN US and multi-language support as there. So this function is particularly to convert the speech to text, and for text to speech we use GTTS, like Google's text to speech library. So it also uses the same EN language which converts the text to speech, and that audio file will be voiceover using the audio play function which we previously saw. Yep. And this is the for loop. Like here we maintain the user icon and our bot icon as well. So to the message which stored in a Streamlit UI will be appended in a list. So this is the loop which maintains it. And this st write is nothing but each time the page refreshes, the message will post it there. So once the text is generated, we just need to send the text to LLM. So this was the request part. This is the request data, like user query, user type, provider, and conversation history, which is sent in a request.post. Like post call will be append to the backend, and once it provides the response, we will show, as well as the text to speech function is also called. So in the same time, we can able to see the text in the UI as well as the voiceover. So yep. So this was the message which will be appended, like user and assistant response. So this is all about the coding part. So before that, we will we have a short quiz game, like Kamachi will be helping us, and once it was done, like we will up the Docker and see the demo of the application.
Guys, can you please use this QR and join the quiz? Let me know once all joined. Joined? The quiz is based on fully what Satish and Kumaran covered as of now. Guys, done? Give a proper name so that only we can able to identify easily. Okay. We have sweets for top 3 players to encourage you. Joined? Can we start? Not opening up. Okay. Any others facing issues in connecting this? Okay, I'm just starting the game. The next question. Who is dog? Weapon leading. still Vipin and Mandakini leading. Only 2 more questions after this. Mandakini leading now. And the final question. Double points given to this question. Jay. Stop. And Mandakini. Okay, Sathish and Kumaran will give the gift for them. Jay. Master. Sathish will give. Mandakini. Thanks.
Yep. Let's continue with the demo session. So quick heads up. So in our GitHub repo itself, you can be able to see the README. So here we just have the steps. So we have, you need to just create a .env file, and we have attached like .env.example. You just copy the content and create a .env file and paste it. Instead of the string, you just paste your keys, and sender email ID is nothing but your Gmail ID, and sender email password is nothing but the app Google app password which you have created. So it will be I think it's a 12 digit number. So you just need to paste it, and then just in a terminal you just navigate to the parent folder and run this command like docker compose up --- build. Our application will be start, and localhost 8501 is the like URL which you need to click. So it will up the application. The backend part is like 8,000. If you want a Swagger API, you put a docs and you can able to check it. So let's see the demo. I'm just clicking the OpenAI part here, and I'm going to now we can see the appointment booking stuff. So I'm just going to request for an appointment booking. I want to book an appointment.
I'll first need to check if you are an existing patient. Could you please provide your mobile number? Quote.
So now it's asking for the mobile number for the verification. Sure, my mobile number is 1234567890.
Thank you for providing your mobile number. I see that you are an existing patient. Could you please describe your symptoms or medical problems so I can help determine the appropriate doctor for you? Quote.
So now it's what happened here is for the first message, it's going to trigger the LLM, but it seems like there is no function call for it because in a prompt we mentioned always ask the mobile number to the user. So it's directly without any tool intervention, it sends the message. But the second time when I provide the mobile number, the LLM will call a function which is the is existing function which we seen already. So this mobile number will be given input to that function, and it is going to verify our CSV whether any record for that mobile number is there or not. If it is there, this message will be shown. If it is no mobile number is there, so it's going to redirect us to register first and come back to it. So now it's want to describe me like what problem I'm facing. So I'm just going to tell like cardiac pain. I'm facing cardiac pain for last 4 days. So now what is going to happen is it's going to choose a doctor, like which doctor is particularly for cardiac, and it's going to suggest some time slot, whether it's a noon or morning slot. I'm going to meet it.
Based on your symptoms of cardiac pain, I've identified the following cardiologists who are available for your appointment. N1. Dr. Rajesh Kumar, MD, DM, Cardiology. N2. Dr. Priya Sharma, MBBS, MD, Medicine, DM, Cardiology. N3. Dr. Arvind Patel, MBBS, DNB, Cardiology. N4. Dr. John Carter, MBBS, MD.
I have cut in the audio because it will take too much of time. I'm just telling like I will show the message here. What happened here is like once I declared my medical issue like cardiac pain, what it does is it goes to the doctor tool. It is fetched out like what are the list of doctors available and who are all the doctors responsible for the cardiology department. It picks up. So these are the doctors we can see: Rajesh Kumar, Priya Sharma, so Aravind and all. Like it's in a CSV we have for the cardiology department. So it's fetched those doctor dates and it will consolidate what are the timing slot available for those doctors. And here it is also seeing our history. So this is the no-show part which we going to recommend the user based upon his patient history. So it's going to take like no-show and it is going to suggest me in morning time because initially I booked the appointment at noon, but I am disappeared. In morning time only I successfully met a doctor. So it is going to recommend like 10 a.m. So now it's asking a confirmation to book an appointment. So let me confirm it. Please book an appointment with Dr. Priya Sharma at 10 a.m.
Your appointment with Dr. Priya Sharma at 10 a.m. has been successfully booked. A confirmation email has been sent to you. Please make sure to arrive 10 minutes early. If you have any questions or need to reschedule, feel free to contact us. Thank you for choosing our hospital.
Yep. So it was confirmed like a mail was sent. So let me open my inbox, and we can able to see like a notification mail is sent to us like what is the time slot. This was the message which is randomly generated by LLM. But if you want to do a structurized mail with a correct subject, so that is also possible in a function like custom function. You just mention like what is the static message you want to uh, have as a subject and the content. It is going to replace the same with the mail notification. So still now like this is a flow of our appointment booking. Suppose if you want to know about the hospital or want to do a general Q&A, so let us try with those things, because we have generated a PDF. Let me open that PDF. Before that, I will just trigger this one. So is there any visiting hours for your hospital, particularly for cardiology department?
The visiting hours for the cardiology department in our hospital are as follows. N morning session, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. N evening session, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. N please ensure that visitors adhere to these scheduled visiting hours for minimal disruption to patient care. Let me know if there's anything else I can assist you with. Quote.
This is the message, like it is from the PDF. Let me try to fetch the PDF. So this was the PDF which we have generated our own data. So if you see the cardiology department, it has the 10 to 12 and 5 to 7. So this was the timing which was shown in our response also. We can have our last question as well. Is there any visiting policy is maintained in your hospital?
Our hospital has a clear visitor policy to ensure minimal disruption to patient care and maintain a safe environment. N1. Visiting hours. N** cardiology department. N morning, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. N evening, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. N2. Visitor guidelines. N.
So I cut down the audio here. So if you see this response, like we need to note two things. So one is like, because in the initial we are just discussing about only the cardiology. So that's the reason it's mentioning the cardiology department visiting hours. So which means like it able to correlate the previous messages, and it has the memory management as well. And followed by there is a visitor guidelines, like only 2 visitors, and how the children need to be take over. So all those information will be provided. Yep. So this was all about the demo. So now we can go for the real hands-on. So if you want to try yourself by writing your custom function, this is a playtime we can do. So you just go to your custom function folder. So that will be inside the source folder. Inside the function, you have the custom function.py. You command down all the function here, and you just write your own function. It may be addition, subtraction, or multiplication. Any logical function you can write, and you just tweak the prompt. So in the utils, like we will have the prompt constructor. So you remove this entire prompt and write your own prompt to just tell use this additional tool for add some number you can give, and from the result need to be given to the subtraction function. So any math function you can play around. You can try your own function of itself, and we will help you guys to achieve it. Yep, that's. So, and also we can use the time for Q&A. So if you have any question which related to be use case, or it may be any tech formats, and we will glad to answer you guys.
We were being discussed about API calls and the models like OpenAI and Group. But how about using a base model that vectors that's being downloaded and fine tuning? How do we do on that?
Yeah.
For basic models, we do have ML flow for checking. So what other things?
Yeah, so we, as you mentioned, like we have three types. So the one which we have seen is a API based model. Like there will be a service provider. We just directly hitting an API call and consume their like models. So if you want to go with your local model or your own model, like recently you have the DeepSeek, or if you want to go for Llama model, like there is also two options. One is with run only on GPUs like GGU ML or GGUF models, and we have the local models as well, like using Llama CPP we can able to up it and run. So if you want to custom train those model, there are Hugging Face is one of the common platform. You can able to download all the weights, and you can consume your own data. For example, if you have a movie data, for Avatar there is a original director, but if you want to rename in your training data, if you put any other name on it, you need to construct a prompt there, because as ML model will have the structured way of input, right, like rows and columns. So in the same manner for LLM we provide prompt as an input. So for this question, this content, this is the answer. So we need to construct the prompt, and there are several methods like LoRa, QLoRa, like the quantized LoRa models. These are the steps or the texts used for fine tuning the LLM models, and we can, using those prompts, we can able to fine tune the model. We cannot train from the scratch, but we can able to tweak it. So it will reply your message as normal as this model, or if you put I message, or if you ask a tell me joke, it will give you a joke. But when it comes to a movie data set, particularly if you ask who is the director for Avatar, instead of the original director, what does the data which you have trained, that name will be popped up. So this is the fine tuning. But obviously for LLM models, if we want to fine tune, we require GPU. At least a minimum level of GPU is required. Does it answer your question, or any other questions?
I'm just trying to process the information. So we have got this chroma SQLite tree, right? What will be the role of it in this particular use case?
Yep. So whenever if you want a boundary Q&A, we will call it a closed domain question and answering. So it should answer only provide an answer from your data only. So it should not use its own knowledge, or you know the purpose of temperature, right? So it will control the model, but from a particular answer from your own data, we need to feed it as a relevant data, only the relevant data to the LLM. Suppose in a for example, you can consider you have a PDF with 700 pages. We cannot able to send all the data to the LLM because we have the token limitation. So we need to send only the relevant data to the LLM model, right? To find out the relevant data, this vector DBs have been and plays a major role. So where we will do the chunk and embed, and the embeddings will be dumped into the vector DB. If you ask a query, the query also will be converted into an embeddings. Then calculation will be happen. It's a cosine similarity we do, and then fetch the data and we will go.
Okay. In this case, the ChromaDB SQLite tree, which is having the data of PDF or the CSV file. What is the?
It
data
have the data of PDF, only the PDF.
Got it. So when it comes to CSV file, it is, we are all, I mean, we are just fetching it and then we are processing it
Yep.
manually.
Yep.
But in terms of PDF, we are just converting into a vector DB, and then we are storing it, and then we are passing it back whenever the context is required.
Yes, in our scenario, we just keep it separate. But in a real world scenario, if you have a huge CSV, but you want to query on top of the CSV, there is a two options. Like we can able to convert that entire CSV into a each row as a string, and we can dump in a vector DB, kind of a paragraph manner, and we can able to do a Q&A on top of it.
Consider in this use case for a minimal data, this method works well. Let's say for a production level context, how will this be? Let's say all the data of the patients, will it be fed to the LLM model each and every
Nope.
time? Or
Definitely we're not going to do those stuff, since healthcare data is the most sensitive and the confidential data. So in this scenario, we just showcasing the demo, but it's all ChatGPT generated model. But it comes to a real based scenario, we need to morph the data. So before feeding it to an LLM, we have separate LLM models like entity recognition models. It's going to recognize like patient's name, address, or any PID data. And we have some LLM methods like guardrails method is also there, right? So it is going to filter out those data. Either we put some random text like XXX, or we just morph the data or place the dummy value on top of it, and then we will be feeding that data. But if you consider the market and the real time, though these kind of data won't feed to a API based models. They will suggest only to go with a local based model, which should run without any internet. So within the network.
Thank you. And just to understand the overall flow, it goes to the controller and then to the subsequent providers getting initialized.
Right.
From there, we actually get the data and then process it. Then only it will go which function to call, or it's like let's say you have given right scope.
Yeah. So first function will be called. Function will decide which data source it's going to use, because PDF is for only Q&A. Patient data is for different purpose, right? So function call first, and that function call will trigger that data source, and it will get data, and then the process continues.
At some point you have mentioned that the deciding part will be done within the code base itself without going to LLM. Is that did I understand it correct?
No. Deciding will happen in LLM. LLM will have the meta information, function name and function description, like what is the function going to do, and those information will be with LLM, and based upon our message and conversation history, LLM going to decide which function and what is the parameter going to pass.
Understood. However, in the context of a patient versus doctor, whenever a request is sent for a patient, the relevant functions associated with the patients only will be sent to the LLM for the very first time.
Yeah. So it is going to filter. It will have the list, entire list, like whatever the scope underscore patient.
Yeah.
But it will choose the relevant functions, and it will execute it.
Okay. Just to make it more clear, if we identify some prompt as patient, or it is related to the patient, we will just pass only the custom the function calls which are intended only for the patient.
Yep. Because we just going to filter out, because it's we just put a layer to restrict the hallucination, because if we could send all the information, it's going to deviate again.
I think this is the point, I think, where I thought, okay, I might have misunderstood. So that deciding is happening within the code, and then we are
filtration part is happening within the code.
Okay.
And with the filter tools, what tools need to be executed and what order it need to be executed will be decided by the LLM.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other model available in the industry to integrate directly with the devices to automate the process?
Models like open source you are asking, or?
Yeah, like open source.
Yeah, we have several models actually. Like here we just we are using Grok provider. They provide a limited number of models. Because of the open source, we just go with this. So currently we use Llama 70B versatile model. So in the same scenario, if you have any vision based use case, we have a 90B vision model as well. So these are the Grok family. So if you want to go with OpenAI, we have 4.0 mini and O1. Suppose if you choose to any other provider like Anthropic, they have own models, we can able to integrate them. So if you have the local model, there is a separate functionality like Olama or LM Studio kind of stuff you need to have to like up and run the model, and you can able to integrate it.
Is there any specific device that is already integrated with this?
Uh, ca-
Devices.
we can able to implement it any application, like not only the chatbot one. So if you have any core application, for example, if you have IoT kind of stuff, so suppose for example we can go with streaming data. So suppose for example, like I have a machine, so based upon the vibration I need to understand whether the machine have the fault or not. So IoT device will capture that vibration waves, and it may be a image or audio, we will be sending it, right? So that image will be fed to LLM to classify it, whether it has a problem noise or it's a normal or abnormal. So the classification will be happen, and it not only the chatbot, it will, we can use any models. But for consuming it, there's these are the options: either API based one, or if you want to download and host it, self-hosting models. Those are, you can host anywhere, and we can able to consume it.
I have a question here. Do you have any specialized model for geospatial
Geospatial
things?
As of now, everything is a chat-based model which we are using here. But geospace, if you want to, we can go for fine-tuning part. Particularly, if you want to go for any domain-based stuff, we need to feed those data, and we can go. Recently, OpenAI also supporting the tuning part, right? You can attach the CSV with them, and the model will act according to your data, and it is going to feed.
Any open source models is already available for, especially for geospatial activities. Like if you see text, there are a lot of open source models and these things. As a only image to like transferring image, there are few models that is called VSO AI. Other than that, anything else? Do you have
No, because these are the generation based models which will act for a generations. Like if you want to replicate any kind of a image, or it's a kind of generation process, right? So those kind of generation based models only these LLMs family. So the part which you are coming, like geo spaced one, or it may be any domain spaced one, those are the prediction models. So those stuff has a different strategy, but not like an LLM. But if you want to act more on, or like act close to the geospace or any particular domain, obviously we using this LLM models is just a fine-tuned model. Like you just feed your data, and then it is going to act.
Regarding, you said that these are very sensitive use cases, sensitive data. You said API will not be used, and locally
self-hosted models.
So we will custom create a model for a company. Are you saying?
Yeah. So particularly for those scenario, it will be tuned. So we cannot able to train from the scratch part. But the same like the example which he mentioned, right? Like if I have a data, for those data it should act more likely to me, but for other scenarios it should be act as a general one. So on those scenario we will be tuning it.
We'll fine tune a
LLM.
already existing LLM.
Yes, it's a pre-trained model. Like we need to train on top of it.
Okay. But you said how it will not be connected to internet. You said no.
Yep. So the weights will be available. Like they will, like in Hugging Face we can able to download it, or some of the Llama pages also we can able to get the weights. So when you train any machine learning model or deep learning model, in machine learning model we will tell like pickle file. In a deep learning model we have the bin file or TensorFlow files, right? The same manner the bin files will be available in Hugging Face. We will download that data. Training will be done only in your local without an internet.
So we need GPU for that?
Yes, definitely. Only from the GPU it can be accessible.
So a company having this kind of application should have a separate GPU in their premise?
Yep. Whenever they have the security restriction, definitely they need to have a server. Not only the GPU, they can go with service providers like Azure have the self-hosting service. You can train your model, and you need to host that model in Azure in a secure platform, and then you can able to consume that as an API call.
Oh.
But yeah, the data won't go to the service provider. It will be within your network.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Team, we have some refreshments here. Like if you feel thirsty, feel free to use this, okay? Yeah. So we have our basic workshop, which is happening in 7th floor. So once they are done and back to our venue, we'll just wind up with few closing notes. So regarding certificates, like once other attendees also gather here, we'll say about the certificates so that you can download them. Hi, Oliver. So can you hear
Hi,
me?
DV.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the workshop, which is for the advanced AI experts, has been done, and the basic workshop is happening in a 7th floor. So once it is completed and when they are back, we can resume for the closing ceremony and you can share your insights. Maybe meanwhile, at this time, like if you have any queries to Oliver, we can interact. Any questions to him? Or Oliver, you have anything to share to the team?
Yeah, well, there were interesting questions, but I think that were shared in the chat, and I'm actually happy to answer those then in the closing remarks, so when everyone's available. But if there's any questions in the audience here, I'm happy to answer the questions right away.
Okay. I think in the morning session, few were interested to ask, but like due to time constraint, we just refrained them. But they are all from the basic workshop, Oliver.
Okay.
Yeah. So fine, then let's catch up then when all the attendees are here.
Okay.
Thank
Super.
you.
Then I'll come back then. Thanks.
Guys, it's just a fun quiz. So, can you please use this link and join the quiz? Here we have listed some of the logos from the social media things, social media apps. Let me know once all joined. Joined? Can we start, guys? It's not a technical quiz. Yeah, sure. But no gifts. It's just for a fun to engaging. Joined? All are joined? First question. It's not a multiple choice question. You need to type. It's a easy one, right? Yes. Actually, it's banned now, I think. It's not a tuk tuk. It's a TikTok. It's a bit difficult. Who is MKR? It's not a recent logo. I think the answer also in the same seems. Yeah, it's not a recent logo. It's very simple one, right? Pin. Let me see who give the correct answer for this. I think no one. And the final one. Thank you, guys. Thanks for the participation.
Once everyone is here, we'll let you know about how to get your e-certificate. We'll start up with the closing notes where we have a German team joining us virtually. If you still have any things to ask with them, like you can connect, provided it's being time boxed.
Oliver?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So is anyone else joining?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay. And I already shared the link in the Teams.
Yep.
Probably everyone can use that to join.
There's Victor. See? Hello. Hi.
Hi, Victor.
Hi.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. And I also saw you contributing to the experts Q&A as well. So thank you so much for sparing your time. We'll be starting off the closure notes in another 5 minutes, as we have like our one of the workshop people in another venue. So they're heading here. So once everyone has been assembled, like we'll kickstart with the closure notes. Um, guys, can we settle in a minute because we have our German people virtually join so that we have our closing notes now. Post all the upcoming agenda, we'll have a break, which will not take more than 30 minutes. Volunteers, please help the attendees to get back to their place so that we can kickstart with their closing ceremony. Volunteers, please help the attendees to get them seated so that we can get back to our session agenda. So the upcoming plan would not take more than 30 minutes so that we can wind up and go for networking and for break as well. So we have like a couple of minutes to start. Like last lot, anyone is needed to ask any question to Oliver or Victor here? Since Oliver is available for a couple more minutes before the closure notes, if anyone wants to ask something. I think like most of the questions been asked through the expert link, I think, Oliver. So
Can I ask? So good evening, sir. So I have a question. So this is regarding the professional space or the future of work. How it's going to be. So I'm having a feeling that the gap between the professions, different professions, and the is becoming very thin, right? Due to the generative AI and all. More without having much expertise in a field, anyone can get into a field and can work in a field which were not so much expertise. For example, let's say it's not so difficult to figure out digital marketing for a fresher, or similarly we can easily build softwares or apps so easily than before. So
this gap is becoming so thin. So how the future of work is going to be, whether it's going to be for how the domain expertise is going to play a role here, how, because the gap is becoming thin. So the future is going to be towards specialist, or is it going to be for generalist? I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I actually like to answer, or my view is the following. So basically, of course, you can ask ChatGPT any kind of question regarding marketing. But does this really make you a marketing expert? And my answer is no. Yeah, and you can also ask it like on how do I build an LLM? Yeah, or how do I do machine learning? Does it immediately make you an expert? No. Yeah, so I would say the language models are actually a great resource to learn and to educate yourself. But at the end of the day, experience will always matter. Yeah, and experience can only be replaced by more experience. Yeah, so I would encourage everyone to basically have a very positive view on the future and take the AI as an opportunity. Yeah, and because it has like so much potential. And of course, if you want to become a marketing expert or a great software engineer, it can actually help you to accelerate your career. But at the end of the day, the experience is what matters. Because what we, I think, heard multiple times during the day is that the language model is like a generalist, but it's not the expert for every particular company. So it basically usually provides more general knowledge. Yeah, and that's, I think, where it's great. But then the actual application of the information that it gives you, that I would say for the next 2 years at least will be still super important for humans, and maybe even beyond that. But I also like, because I now see that Ilya joined and Victor joined, maybe they also want to share a few of their thoughts regarding this question.
Sure. And I think it's a fundamental question of our time. So I do see AI and the use of AI by individuals as a tool, and tools have to be used in context. If we lack the context, I think it iterates a bit, Oliver, what you said. If we lack the context, we cannot leverage the outcome. If someone who doesn't know programming now programs with AI, they are going to hit a roadblock where the AI fails or proposes solutions that are not going to scale, or in other ways make further development of that software impossible. So this is what I mean with context. A radiologist will have a lot more context in using a vision model for diagnosis of medical imagery. And I think we actually will see that to be more and more important. So I think it's not an excuse to say, oh, I don't need to learn. I think it's quite the opposite. Yes, we might need to become a bit broader, but we still need to be able to validate.
Maybe Ilya, what's
and maybe
your view?
one last sentence to add.
Okay, that's
Let's take, for example, Copilot. It is great. It is a powerful tool, or any other coding assistant. It can speed up development. At the same time, it can also infest a code base. And even more importantly, it can dumb us down. When we only ever use Copilot, we forget how to write a for loop.
Okay, thanks, Victor. Maybe Ilya. So what's your view on this very important question?
Unfortunately, I joined right after the question was pronounced. So could you please repeat it shortly so that
so
because
if
I can inherit from what you said and from Victor said, but still just to.
Yeah, I guess the overall question is, will specialization still be relevant in the future? Yeah, or will it not make any difference because everyone can just use the AI and be an expert?
Oh, that's a great question. I think that generally my position is aligned with what you both have just said, more or less. I think that AI has a power of doing a lot of kind of boring knowledge work, but it has a risk of people over relying on it in taking decisions. And AI is as powerful in hands of a human as much the human understands what is expected outcome from the AI. So basically, it means that when you ask something and you get a result, you need to have enough expertise or critical thinking to understand the limitations of this result. And what you understand will be the real use that you get from AI, as much as you understand what you want in terms of very structured request, right? So you need to have enough understanding in area to be able to create a structured request. To some extent, that's what we as software engineers do when we program. We understand area enough to make non-contradictory code, and the code reflects what we want to achieve, right? So I think similar things will happen with operating with AI. We need to understand well enough what we want to achieve to put into not a code, but into prompt. And all the side effects that we don't understand is a risk. So basically, summing it up, I believe that critical thinking and expertise will be more important when you work with AI than before. However, there will be places where people can use it just blindly, but then it means that they delegate the critical consequences of AI to people who have trained AI, who have built the system. So that would be my answer to this one.
Okay, so did we satisfactorily answer your question, or is there any follow-up question on this? Because I think it's a super important a question, because it's really asking what's the future of software engineering? What's the future of marketing? So maybe a quick feedback
it's
from
true that I can see a lot of people who are even from non-tech background or without expertise are building software companies and doing big things, right? So that's where the concern rises, right? So then what is the point behind specializing or spending too much time or money in degrees and all? So since the knowledge gap is the barrier to entry is becoming very thin, so and even people are getting successful at it, right? So that's why this question arises.
Yeah, so I think then as an engineer, we actually need to be at the forefront. We need to be better, yeah, because we basically have a head start. Yeah, and if we then, as Ilya outlined and Victor, yeah, if we then use the AI properly, we probably will be 10 or 20 times faster than anyone that's basically just asking ChatGPT to build a simple app. And I guess once you get into more sophisticated use cases, yeah, then the AI is also not going to do the complete implementation for you. Yeah, and you need to consider the architecture, how different components fit together. Yeah, so I think that is still super relevant. So Thorsten is also nodding. Maybe Thorsten also wants to say something, because he looks like he wants to say something.
Well, I can actually agree with you, Oliver. I think even if the models are getting better and better, and maybe we do not need to have specialized models for coding, for instance, and for other tasks, maybe it's just the same model for all these tasks. It still doesn't replace a great business idea and people who drive the ideas to a market-ready product. Yeah? And it's assisting us. So maybe it saves also some of the developers in implementing something. For sure, it will doing it. But it will not replace an entire business idea and the drive to get the business or the market. It takes so much more than just AI to get successful in the end, you know. And that is still humans are required for that. Yeah.
Maybe as a simple analogy, think about Googling. We've got the internet, we've got all the knowledge of the world at our fingertips, yet we aren't superhumans. And I think everyone knows some person who can find everything on the internet. At the same time, there are people who can't find their own feet with Google. I think this shows exactly the same principle as goes for AI tools.
Okay, good. Maybe we then move on to the next question from the audience.
Yeah, we have another question, Oliver.
Hey, hi, Oliver. So in terms of data privacy, so this is going to be a big concern on tomorrow's world, because if I post something on the internet, that is, I'm intentionally posting. But if I go on ChatGPT or any AI models, I'm discussing something about my patent ideas or something I'm discussing over the internet, ChatGPT. So that is getting trained to my language model. So that is a horrible thing for tomorrow's world, right? How this is going to be getting prevented from sharing my ideas to the internet world.
Yeah, I think that's a super relevant question. And there I would really encourage or discourage using any kind of free AI version, and absolutely for sure not DeepSeek R1, yeah, that is hosted in China. Yeah, because you can imagine, yeah, that is like a tool that can be used super well, yeah, to basically capture all kind of ideas and knowledge. But if you, for instance, look at OpenAI or Anthropic and you go with a commercial plan, then in the SLAs or in the terms of use, they actually really guarantee that they are not using anything that you discuss with ChatGPT or with Claude to train the model. And I think that's super important. And if they wouldn't do that, then in the end, no one will use the models anymore, in particular, not in an enterprise context. Because if we, let's say, we build a piece of software, we need to make sure that our code, our intellectual property actually stays with us and is not afterwards used to train the model. Yeah, but as long as you use like a free plan or you actually use a questionable service provider, I would say DeepSeek in China is for sure, I would say, in the area of questionable. There I would be extremely careful. But otherwise, data privacy, the companies really take that seriously. And also beyond data privacy, so PIA data as well as intellectual property, yeah, that really needs to be protected. And if you want to be super safe, you can also use the OpenAI service, for instance, in Azure, or you can use the Anthropic service in AWS, yeah, where AWS and Azure guarantee that your information is not shared with anyone, that it's completely compliant and following all rules and regulations. Did that answer your question?
Yes, got it. But still, I have a concern so big giants like Meta or Google. So because my phone is configured fully on it's whenever I say Google, it's like listens my conversation, everything, right? So so and day to day is my data is completely going out and they are getting trained, but it's And also,
Yeah.
what going to be the future of data AdSense or something? Because nowadays we are not going like any like, so everybody is listening my data and they are creating products based on my suggestions. So what's going to be the future of AdSense?
Maybe I
Yeah.
can say something to that. So I think you really need to be sure that you understand the terms and traits of the software pieces that you use, and you need to have trust into them. So if they say they are not using the data for anything else, you need to have trust in that. And I think this is not really new, because even before, when you, for instance, you have like super confidential construction plans for a new device that you're thinking about to produce in the future. And now you sit down and have a chat with AI regarding this, and you want to improve that. And now you say, okay, I have a fear that this PI this intellectual property that I built up is maybe leaked through the AI. Then the same applies if you use Microsoft 65 or Google Drive or whatever, where you store your data, or maybe you exchange data with any other kind of tools and you store them in the cloud. You also need to have the trust into the providers that they are not using your data for something else. And same applies here for the AI. So if you have zero trust and you think it's super important to not share it with anyone, then you shouldn't do it. Then you should only work locally with local models or something like that, if that's your requirement. Other than that, you need to have the trust that the things are not used for anything else that is stated in the terms and traits.
Thanks, Dawson.
Now we have one more question.
So this is in, I don't know if that is kind of adding one more point to what was the initial question, but this is something towards being a specialist is important, or being a generalist is important in terms of the development, right? They say jack of all trades, but master of none. But with this introduction into this AI space, is it good to know, or is it good to be a specialist on something, or rather be getting the hands dirty on every area, let's say development until deployment, or in AI? What would be the good option in this case?
Yeah, I would say first of all, it's always a good idea to be somewhat of a generalist. Yeah, but yet you need to specialize on something. So for instance, if we look at this retrieval augmentation generation, yeah, and we basically barely touch the surface today, yeah, on the complexity. Yeah, and if you really, really, really want to build thorough solutions like what we now did in autonomy, you need to become a specialist. Yeah, because then it gets like, I would say, very sophisticated and very complex very fast. And if you are then not specialized in this area, then it won't work. Yeah. So for instance, Ilya and Victor, they specialize in basically how do we ingest various content that we get from our clients. And the moment that actually goes beyond a certain complexity threshold, then you really, at this point in time, you need a human that is a specialist and can really understand the data, derive the data model that is needed. Yeah, otherwise, at this point, it just doesn't work. Victor, you want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to offer my perspective with actually reusing the proverb. We often say, a jack of all trades, master of none. Actually, the original proverb is a jack of all trades, master of one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that might have gone over a period of time. Yeah, there is, yeah, even I've heard about this fibrous versus the taproot system. So if you some people thinks that being a taproot system or having that knowledge is going to be very important on something, but some feels that okay, if you have spread your roots on multiple areas, that, but maybe as you have mentioned, it really depends on what is the use case is about, depending on whether you know the solution or you can devise a solution, versus how you can devise the solution in the best possible way. I think that is going to make the difference in this case. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. My question is I have a couple of questions. One is like we are all excited about LLMs and the latest development in that. But before LLMs came, we had a suite of machine learning algorithms, which were like can run in CPUs, can do specialized tasks. So, what do you think is the business future of those kind of specific ML? Say like ML algorithms, like support vector machines, or even for small language models and all that. That's my
Yeah.
first question. And my
Yeah.
second question is, like one thing which is still puzzle around LLM, at least for me, is like the traceability or observability of the request. We all trust in the SLAs and we say our data is secure. But one thing that differentiates LLM from normal Google Drive or something is the observability of what I'm giving to LLM. See how it is processing it, how it is storing it, where it is reusing it. I'm not able to track it, right? So how do we kind of solve that traceability problem of LLM as an engineering system, or like your insights into that?
Okay, so if I understand your first question correctly, then you're basically asking, do I still need all, let's say, the previous generation ML knowledge and expertise? And I would say absolutely, because LLM is basically just one option, but often it's also completely over-designed or overkill, yeah, to use an LLM when there is a much simpler solution to it. Yeah, so I would always say, always use the proper tool, yeah, for the proper purpose. And if the purpose actually can be done with a very simple implementation and it actually has good results, then do that. Yeah, and that's what we also do. Yeah, we are actually not using LLMs for everything just because we have them. You always also need to look at, yeah, is it the right tool for the right purpose? Is it the most efficient tool for the purpose? Is it the fastest, the most economic viable solution? So that's why I would say machine learning, yeah, and everything that was valid before LLMs is still valid. So can also hand over to Ilya or Victor, who have been also been around before we actually had LLMs invented.
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, there is a lot of tasks that are just not NLP related. If you predict, I don't know, time series of whatever numerical consequences and stuff like that, there are much more suitable machine learning, classic machine learning models. Then even if in NLP, LLMs is one thing, but then when we are building RAG, for example, we use different techniques for retrieval, right? And retrieval is not inherently LLM based. You use more simple and classic techniques like BM25 and stuff like that. So first of all, NLP is not the only place in the world where we need machine learning, and the rest still needs classic machine learning approaches. And second, even inside NLP, you, as Oliver mentioned, sometimes it's just an overkill to use LLM when you can have much more atomic piece of technology.
Yeah. And then I guess the second part of the question was what is about the observability, what's really going on? Yeah. And there, I think to our advantage is we have basically a stateless protocol with the LLM. Yeah. So every call is unique and it's not depending on any kind of state. Actually meaning that we can actually do all the state management, all the tracking in the code before we actually call the LLM. Yeah, because we just need to come up with a framework on what kind of metrics or KPIs do we want to capture. Yeah, and then we basically can do that right before we do the LLM call. Yeah, and there's also frameworks available for that. Yeah, so that you can actually use off the shelf. But I would agree, it's super important to understand what is actually happening, yeah, between your call and then what's happening on the LLM side. And that has a lot to do with what you actually send to the LLM. Yeah, and you need to properly understand what you are sending, how much you are sending, Yeah, how often are you sending? Is there function calls involved, and so on? Yeah, so being aware on exactly what's going on, I think is really essential to build any working system or being able to troubleshoot any system. Maybe anyone else wants to add.
Yeah, so maybe we could think of, in many cases, think of functional equivalents. So as soon as we just basically take a canon to shoot that, that's in the best case scenario, functional equivalents. Think about going traveling one block in a very busy city center. Your shoes will be not only functionally equivalent, but actually superior to a huge Mercedes S-Class. You're getting there quicker and easier. So I think that especially holds true when we broaden the scope and not only talk about machine learning, but let's not forget we've got lots of closed form solutions. When we can use them, we should.
Okay, so did we answer your questions, or is there any unclarity and we should further dive into it?
Yeah, they said like you did answer, Oliver.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it from our side. Like, so people join virtually. You have anything more to share from your side?
No, I just would like to add that it's actually great to see this many people. It's actually great that there's an interest in the community to actually come, share information, come together, network. I think that's going to be super essential, because being educated and knowledgeable on what AI, especially generative AI, is and can do, I think is super important to also cut through the hype and to understand what is in the end the real impact. Yeah, if you go on Reddit, yeah, in like forums like Singularity, yeah, there you actually, people assume that the world is going to come to an end tomorrow. And I can assure you that is not the case. Yeah, it never has been the case. Yeah, we have a technology, yeah, like the internet was invented, the world moved on. The smartphone was invented, the world moved on. Yeah, AI is invented, the world moves on. The only difference this time is that the adoption is much faster than with any other technology in the past. But I see it from an opportunity perspective. Yeah, it's actually awesome that we live in this time and that we experience, yeah, all the possibilities that we now have with generative AI. Yeah, which let's say 5 years ago I would have only dreamed about. Yeah, so that's why I would really try to look at this very positive. Yeah, and really see, okay, what can I make out of it? What can I learn from it? Yeah, how is it going to help me in my career? Yeah, so I guess if you basically look at this from a positive perspective, then it will be super exciting years to come.
I also want to add one thing about careers, because some people ask me, will there be less IT jobs in the future due to generative IT? And I'm now like 25 years in the business, and I strongly believe that more IT is leading to more jobs. Even that is true for generative AI. Even if we maybe shift from development to something else a little bit, back and forth, still I believe that IT will continue to grow in the future, because IT will be everywhere, and it will just still need humans to make sure everything runs smoothly and is developed to the next stage. Even with AI, that's not changed. I strongly believe in that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Thorsten. And also special thanks to everyone who joined virtually, because like your insights were very much helpful, and it was like crowd catching. Yeah. Thank you so much. And
yeah, and I also would like to thank, let's say, everyone that actually came today. Yeah, thanks for actually coming, for sharing, for networking, and then also to all of our speakers. Yeah, it's actually really great, all the preparation that went into the presentations today. Yeah, to share the knowledge. So that's really exceptional. Yeah, and then of course also to our organization committee. Yeah, because organizing any event is always lots of work. Yeah, so please give a round of applause to everyone. And I'm also looking forward to next time being back in person in Chennai for the next installment of this great event. Yeah, and of course, then we are going to look for who are the speakers, yeah, that will actually jump in and also share their learnings and whatever they know. Yeah, so looking forward to that.
Thank you so much, Oliver. So we are also looking forward to have you all in personal here so that it will be a great network and sharing. So we got great insights even in virtual, but it will be even more enthusiastic to meet you all in person.
Super. Then it was a pleasure being here with you today and looking forward to seeing you then next time. Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So as we mentioned in the morning, like the best questions will be pinned by our experts and we'll be getting special gifts. So Oliver and the team picked the top 3 questions from the expert Q&A page. And I think one person left, Sathish left early. So we have 2 more person left here. So Raghu. I request Mari to give away the gifts, please. Yeah, Jay.
Okay. The question from Raghu was, the AL and ML landscape is evolving at a remarkable pace. While I initially anticipated 2025 to be the year of agents, OpenAI's introduction of the operator concept has shifted the paradigm. Now, with DeepSeek's advancements are further disrupting the ML field, what is your prediction or opinion about AI in the next 5 years? That was his question. So it was answered by Oliver in the page where we showed you, like, now we have Q&A session, right? So you can check the answer there. It has been pinned. So that is for your information. Yeah. Yeah, and the next question chosen by our expert was from Sathish from internal team. Actually, he's here. So the question was, what are the key ethical considerations we should address as AI systems become more involved in decision-making processes that affect human lives? That was his question. Yeah. Okay, as Devi said, the other person left, but we would like to still mention the question that he asked. The question was, what safeguards should we implement to ensure AI augments human capabilities rather than diminishing human agency in the workplace? That was the question. So again, for this, the answers in the Discord page, you can view it and you can just go through it, which has been pinned. And one more information for you is that if you still have questions, you can post in the Discord page. Our experts will answer for it. We will have it open until Monday. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, JP. So it's time for facilitation, a token of small gratitude to the speakers and the contributors. Before that, Sudha, you want to share a few words?
Okay, I just want to take a moment to thank all of the attendees who have joined here. It's not easy to stay back the whole day. It's your enthusiasm, the thought-provoking questions, and the discussions. Everything went our TAICONNECT meetup very live. So thank you for that. And as Devi mentioned, this is our facilitation session, and I would like to take a great moment and extend our gratitude to our speakers, Taradepan, Balamathankumar Dhanushkodi, Farook, for having and sharing their expertise with us. And yeah, thanks. in the meetup, it's not easy to provide a hands-on session. It's not easy to organize the whole thing at all. So we had a very less space to accommodate everything. And I like to thank the organizing team and it's their attention to detail that made us provide a successful event here. And a special mention to our incredible host Devi Priya, who stood here all day and guided you guys throughout the event. Thank you, Devi. So thank to the TAICONNECT event team and the workshop members. I would like to highlight them as well. So it's not easy, as I mentioned, to have the hands-on session. They prepared a lot for you guys to provide a GitHub repository, documentation, and the step-by-step procedure on how to build everyone. And we have even had a different parallel workshop to guide us with a basic chatbot and advanced level and guiding us through the guardrails and everything. So thanks to the team as well.
Thank you so much, Sudha. I request you to stay back to give away a memento and a small gift to our first speaker, Taradepan. Thank you so much, Taradepan, because you are so enthusiastic and you are volunteering to participate in TAICONNECT event. Yeah, thank you so much. I request Surya to give away the memento to our second speakers, Farook and Balamathankumar. I request Farook to come over to the stage to collect the mementos. Sorry, Bala to collect the memento. Thank you so much, Bala and Farook, for special mention because you did in a short span of time, but nevertheless the quality was top notch and like crowd pulling. So thank you so much for the effort. Thank you so much, Surya. I request JP to give away the mementos to the first workshop speakers. Sathish Kumar Parandaman. Kumaran Venkatesan. Thank you so much, JP. I request Jayasilan to give away the mementos to our second workshop speakers. To our first speaker, Parsath Mahalingam. Kasi Viswanathan. Yeah. Though it's two speakers for each workshop, we have a big team behind to make this workshop run seamlessly. So we need to give a small gift as a token of gratitude for all your efforts. I request Bala to give away the gifts, please. I request Balamathankumar to give away the gifts. Vignesh. Jay Gayatri. Jyotika. Ishwar. Satish Kannan. Murali. And Pavan. Thank you so much, Bala. So I use this opportunity to give away like two gifts as a special mention, because when we initiated the TAICONNECT, we don't intend to have any special site for it, or no idea like how to generate and give like certificates, with the condition like it should be given to the person who deserves it, like not all who registered. So it started with a small spark, but you would have seen like we have developed a website in a very short span of time. It was like out of the interest of the two developers from our organizing team. So we wish to recognize their effort. So I request Haripriya to give away the gifts, please. Kamakshi. Because it was like the extra effort they invested in addition to their regular work, and they tried to be more precise, and they took the extra efforts to make it look so beautiful. So thank you so much, Kamakshi. Shiva. I request Hari to deliver the thank you note, please.
Thank you, Devi. Good evening, all. I hope so. This session was very delight and wonderful for you both. And it's not going to be a very structured vote of thanks and all. So I just wanted to understand whether you guys had a very wonderful time or not. Hands raise. Yes? Okay. I hope so. Our organizing team made an amazing impact on each and every one of you in terms of AI. Basically, I'm not from a technical background. I'm basically from non-tech, but the sessions whichever I observed morning and the two workshops was very easy for me to understand, especially certain areas of topic when it relates to employee-centric data. So for me itself, it was quite easy and making me to process very easily. When it comes to you, you guys are what to say, budding AI, mid AI, and experienced AI. So I hope so. You might have a lot of thoughts when it comes to sharing with each and every one of you. I could see the interactions which happened on the floor today, and with this, I wanted to thank each and every one of you for making your time in a very busy Saturday, because I know you all are working. You will be finding time to sleep on Saturday, Sundays only. But even though you made your time for whole day and made this event a wonderful memory for each and every one of us. And especially, I just want to thank our German team who made their schedules free and showed their presence to interact with our participants, and as well as supporting our organizing team to have your faces vibrant. And last but not least, each and every organizing team did their extreme best to run this program very effectively, as well as very disciplined structure. I didn't expect the website, but when our channel has shared a particular link, when I went and saw it, I was literally surprised about the websites whichever you have shared. And now from that, for the building team, upon my unexpected meals, they made arrangements in terms of parking, as well as seating arrangements, seventh floor arrangements, in terms of AC, everything. So they did their best in accommodating and addressing each and every one of you, I believe. And now from that, our food arrangement teams who sitting in the pantry, hope they could hear me. So with genuine request, we will just appreciate all these people where I address now. So shall we, by clapping them? Yeah. Thank you so much, Sudha and Devi, for organizing this event and made this day a very memorable to each and every one of you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hari. So, yeah, how to say, like every event has an end. Like we need feedbacks, which pushes us to do a better event the next time. So we have a QR which will be shared in some time. But what
Sorry, I forgot to share one more thing. So we have a referral program. Currently, we are having two entities. One is Talentship, another one is Autonomy. So currently, we are having a rapid growth we planned this year. So we have certain open positions also. Please scan the QR codes. If you find a HR QR code, if you see in our premises, just take a photo also. Please share it in your networks, LinkedIn page, social media, wherever you have a platform. Whomever you're referring, if we see as a potential candidate, and upon 6 months completion with successful, without any disturbance, if they are completing 6 months, we have a reward program. It's a surprise reward program. I don't want to disclose what it is, but for sure it will be a surprise reward only. So I hope you guys can take this QR code photo and share it in your network. If you have any potential resources, you can directly reach out to me or my HR team, which is sitting outside. So if you guys have any doubts, do reach out to me after the sessions in the networking session. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hari. And yeah, continuing the thing from where I left, I just want to emphasize why we need this feedback is like on a first TAICONNECT session, like we received an immense response where we also received a request like we could like try a workshop kind of thing, which we tried, and it was a huge success for us. Also, you all like loved having a German delegate here, like Oliver was here like physically present last time, and we tried them to connect virtually, which was also a successful thing. So if we get like feedbacks like that, it would be helpful for us to improve in the next upcoming TAICONNECT session. So you can also share the feedback scanning this QR code, but we'll be very much happier to also just receive the feedbacks in person. So anyone is interested can share your feedback here, please.
Okay, I've attended a couple of sessions on Talentship, especially on React and as well as JavaScript, and this is the first time I'm attending this TAICONNECT, and I was able to see a lot of informations that whatever which might be something that I know, or there is something that I don't know. I was able to understand, okay, what is the gap that should be bridged, and I was able to relate to a lot of concepts, and the way the explanation and the sessions were orchestrated, it was very nice. And as usual, the food was very nice as well, and thanks for that. And I think on an overview, if I have to tell something out of it, that the sessions were curated towards what is really required, with the appropriate and the exact content on what is really required, right? So that give us a lot of insights about, okay, this is the exact thing, what it is and how it is working. And the workshops was also really good in understanding a lot of things, but of course I have to get back and then see what is the internal things they have done. But still, on a high level glance, I was able to understand how things are working out there. Good. I really thank the team for organizing this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Selva. Does anyone else wish to share? Oh, yeah, please.
No, now only it is on. So I, I still don't have a good idea about what exactly the company is doing, but I don't know why they're still arranging it, but it's so helpful for people, no? So especially for people, students who are studying, and people who are there in the field, and people who are curious about AI, it is so helpful. I didn't expect the way it will be it is so professional, and they've given the food arrangements was very really good. I didn't expect these kind of very professional, very good setup without any cost, in a very with a very good mindset to serve society. So I really find it very good, and I hope the team does it more things like this to help the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we always strongly believe in growing together, as Maha said in the morning. So we try to connect more in the future sessions. And the important part, getting your certificates. Yeah. So here is like we have restricted a lot of things where only if you attend the event, you can get your certificate. So how to get your certificate? You can go to our TAICONNECT site. Okay. So you can go to our TAICONNECT site, and in the header, you will have a certificate button. Clicking on that, you can you will see like generate your certificate. There you need to enter the mail with which you registered. So once you enter the registered mail, the name will be shown the same as you registered. And if you're fine with that name, you can generate the certificate. Else, if you have some corrections with that, you can reach out to Kamakshi to get your certificate downloaded. Or if everything is fine, your name and email ID, but you have some issues with downloading a certificate, also please feel free to reach out to her so that she'll get your certificate downloaded and you can share it like in your social sites. So if anybody tries and give a thumbs up, like we just can see like it's fine. Oh, you got it? Okay. Yeah. So with this, like I would like to sign off with my team for the second TAICONNECT session. Like I want to extend my special thanks to the whole crowd, because though we put lot of efforts, it's you people like who acknowledge like staying the whole day, because it's not the easiest thing to spend the whole week and in this kind of session. So thank you so much all. With this, like we'll get a small group photo outside in the reception area. Once please, when the photo is getting done, you can go to the pantry, get some refreshments, and you can continue with the networking. Please, once the certificate is done, we'll get a group photo. After that, we can go for the refreshments. Thank you so much, team. So the QR code is like displayed. So please submit your feedback, because your feedbacks are much more important to us to do the better future sessions. Thank you so much, Oliver, for staying with us. Thank you so much, Victor, for joining and sharing your insights. If you have any other concerns, like please do reach out to the volunteers. They would happy to help you.